ninja still from here.
Nope.
No, I'm kidding.
So theoretically, this should be getting itself up and going. We'll see when it
Ninja
says
still
live.
from here. No.
And
Ninja still
I
from
need to turn off my
here.
volume.
No.
Otherwise, we're going to have big time. So theoretically, feedback in a bazillion ways.
Yeah, I heard that.
Hey, pro streamer, look at that. I know y'all are shocked. Greetings, everyone. We are here with the Vice. We are picking up pretty much right where we left off last week, which is deep in the lair of the Green Dragon Flight Syndicate, a group of bandits that, that are baddies but are dead now. Had some interesting stuff happen with our characters along the way, so we're going to be finding out more about that. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about our channel. We are here at the Fortress of Squalitude, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm thinking that we might call the followers the Storm instead of the Squall, maybe the Storm. And maybe if I ever make partner, I'll make it as little hurricane flags. Can be sort of like one of our emotes is like little hurricane flags. So, because the Squallers just it brings up all the wrong stuff, and just the Squall just seems kind of a little too. It's a little too. I think pompous for everyone to call themselves the Squall. So maybe we will be called the Storm. Anyway, down below in the doobly-doo, yes, I do watch Matt Colville, and wow, what some great discussions that went on this week with him. We can talk about those tomorrow too. But you'll see we run our cast 100% for charity. This month, for 9 more days, we'll be donating all proceeds that from donations that affect the game go to the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation for Spinal Cord Injury and Research. It's a great organization. You also can find a link to their website there if you want to find out more about them. But whenever you make donations, that is where they end up. I will be writing them even beyond our goal check at the end of the month. Actually, I'll probably either PayPal or I'll do it some way electronically so I can post up the donation, and certainly anything that they send me back I will share with the community, because I think it's pretty awesome that you guys have helped out with that. Anyway, we are down 2 players today. Poor Tunarth is off walking on a convention floor out in Anaheim, and oh darn, poor Celia, Tree Hugging Druid, is over at Universal up the road from me, riding rides at Harry Potter Land and all that kind of stuff. So oh poor Celia.
So poor.
Well, with her.
Oh, poor thing. Poor thing. But anyway, so that's what's going on there. We are going to try something a little bit different for a recap. I've been trying to think of a way to make this a little bit more organic with folks, and also to get a little bit more of an idea of the players and where they are and kind of how everything sort of fits into the world. So we're going to start off with. And so I'm going to go to Good Guy Pie. So, Good Guy Pie, I want you to tell me a little bit about how Luck and Iska met, and kind of how y'all's relationship has grown. And throw in some story details there, too, so people can understand what y'all have done and where you've been.
Don't worry, I have the memory of a badger, I think.
A badger? Okay.
A badger. Yes. Badgers are very knowledgeable. Anyway, I am Luke Goldheart, and my adventure started out about
2.5 days ago. Oh no, actually, you've been traveling for 3 days. About 5 days ago.
About 5 days ago. But before that, I set out about 3 days ago. So my entire travel has been about a week. Anyway, roughly 5 days ago, I met this young, half maybe elfish, maybe human woman. I'm dying. Who cares? She's a young girl. Her name was Iska. No, yes, maybe Iska. No, Iska. And she was looking at a leaf, believe it or not, a leaf, and it was fascinating because she was so passionate about this leaf. And of course, I greeted her first. Always polite to be the first to step your foot forward and give your hand out a good gold shake, and well, she looked at this leaf and she told me all about this leaf, and then we Then we met. We sang. She played a note. I sang a bit. Then I ran. And then there was this sort of a Feywild thing. And was it a Feywild? No, it was a fiend. That's what it was, a fiend. And this fiend was like this weird tentacly water thing. But I found that due to my special sixth sense, or something like that. But this Iska girl just records everything and tries to find music to it. And it is beautiful music. It is music that could move a mountain. And then I beat up that water thing. Yes. No,
Okay.
we beat up that water thing with the introduction of a cat man called Axel.
And with that, so I'm going to jump over to Axel. Axel, tell us a little bit about these other adventures you found yourself with in this crazy vault temple that you explored.
So what happened was, Grom let me go off on an adventure. It was very sad, but I went off on an adventure, and I met this water forest person, woman, Luna. Her name is Luna, and we went to this place. Which Grom gave me on a map, and on that map was this place, and this was the Temple of the Paladin of some sort. Temple of the Paladin, and we went there. We were looking at this door, and then this creature comes out of the water, and we had to fight it because it was trying to kill Luna. And then this old man with some white hair, this man with white hair, this girl with a girl. Yeah, she was really interesting. And then a bear showed up, and we killed the thing. And the bear was actually nice, so that was good. And Iska and Luck, those were their names. They were very friendly. And so we went. We looked at the squishy thing. That was really interesting. And then we used the blood water. One of those. We used one of those to get into the cave from Luna. And we went into the cave. We found all these images and these very interesting things. And we went inside the cave. And then Iska disappeared, and we had to find her, and they were undead. We killed the undead. That was not very nice. I don't like the undead. And so we killed them, and that was quite, we were really cool when we found the strange mirror. I don't want to talk about it. It's very interesting though. And we can come back. We came back, and then we went into this room where they gave us these stone balls with some strange language on them. I haven't figured it out yet, but it was, I think, Celestial. I think was the language. Oh, I want to figure out how to spell that and stuff. And so those had something about each of us. So there was the bear, there was me, there was Iska, there was Luck, and there was Luna, and Cursed, Soul Survivor, Ambitious. I can't remember all of them, but I was the Soul Survivor. Yeah. And so we killed the shadows because we listened to what the stories in the cave had told us about all the things that we had to do. So we had to take our burdens, and we had to swap burdens. We had to give burdens to someone else. So I was holding up Iska's burden, and there was lots of bright lights, and we beat the shadows, and that was cool. And then we found out that the bear was actually an elf. That was amazing. And then we left. We found some things and we left. Yes. Should I keep going? Muted.
So, Iska, tell us a little bit about, you've joined up with these people and had quite an adventure inside of this vault, and you spent the next couple of days on the road with them. Tell me a little bit about that next couple of days and what brought you to all the way up, I'd say, until you encountered some bandits on the road. Tell us all about that traveling with this crazy new group.
Absolutely. This group is the most diverse small band of people Iska has ever experienced, between an old blood hunter, a cat person obsessed with magic, a green, watery, monkish person, and an elf who can turn into a bear. And all she wants to do, all Iska's ever wanted to do, is tell great stories, and she can already tell these people have the most incredible stories around. So she's traveling with them. They have some enjoyable downtime. They stop at a caravan. Some of them stop at a caravan. Luck, Axel, Iska, all very excited. Kel and Luna, not so much. They hang back a little bit, stick to the woods. One of them remains a squirrel. That's fine, if that's your thing. they continue to travel onwards. A nice, lovely evening in a grove, and as we continue on, we find another caravan. This time, Iska has a little bit more luck convincing Luna to join in, and everyone explores. Luck looks for, I believe, weapons and armor. Axel looks for scrolls. Luna has a branch. Iska finds an interesting invitation to a party in the future that's really caught her eye. But before anything really happens beyond that, there's a loud commotion as a wagon in the caravan breaks down. The group of us were tasked with hanging out with the wagon, making sure it's okay, as long as it gets repaired, and we would rejoin with the caravan later. But we were ambushed by a giant green dragon that came out of the sky, which turned out to be illusionary, as we were attacked by a group of bandits called the Green Dragon Syndicate, I believe.
Green Dragon Flight Syndicate.
That's it.
So, Luna, you have had a, fascinating, probably, and really, in game time, about the last 90 minutes of your life have been pretty crazy. Tell us a little bit about Luna's last 90 minutes.
Oh boy. I'm not going to do it in character because that'll take forever.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
So Luna has had, she has had quite the past hour and a half or so. They got ambushed by the Green Dragon Syndicate, and right as Luna was about to maybe die, but at the very least get seriously injured, our newest party member, Celia, appeared and decapitated, I believe, the person who was attacking me. And we got a little more information and during the course of the fight, we got our first taste of what magic in the Vice is going to be like. And we got a little more information from her about the Syndicate. We went and tracked them to the cave, Celia following and actually, introducing herself at all because of my character being a Genasi, because she had a family member who was one. So we tracked Syndicate to the cave. We fought there. Killed everybody. Celia informed us that she is leaving the Assassin's Guild she was a part of.
Correct. The Obsidian Order.
Obsidian Order. There we go. And that she's continued to travel with us, in order to protect Luna. And, Luna's very emotionally touched by this. And then she got a slug that turned her, just about into acid. Or I think it's
jelly,
ooze.
liquefied, yeah.
Yeah, liquefied, and then Iska helped rectify that with some magical splorch.
Yes.
Is that the sound effect? Splorch?
Yes, splorch from the a restorative gel that she had had harvested off of the fiend from way back in the cave.
Mm-hmm. And so she's just very, so right now she's just very rocked by all these people being willing to help her, since that has not been her experience growing up. It's been quite different.
Very good. So that leads us right to where we are now, which is in this cave with the party sort of spread across and around. I believe the first order of business, or what y'all had mentioned, is a short rest, but with that, I'm going to sort of turn it over to you guys. Luna has just had a harrowing experience where she was within inches of her whole self being truly liquefied by this little ooze that is a nasty little bugger that sneaks under your armor and first anesthetizes its bite and then basically injects you with acid so that it can sort of slurp your insides out through your skin. You all were able to detect it, and while things did seem hopeless, Iska remembered the weird restorative properties of this gland that she harvested for a musical instrument, kind of, and here you guys are. I would say literally 30 seconds after that moment within the cave.
After, I think Kel basically, group hug, Kel said, all right, stop it, give her space, and I think that was it, yeah.
Yep.
Right. So,
Yeah, I just walked off away from Celia, and a little bit of drama, but it was what was it?
Yeah.
Confirming trust, as they say.
Yes, no, absolutely. You and Celia just had your altercation. I'm playing Celia and Kel at this point. So at that point, Celia really comes over and she sees that Luna is okay and sees, make sure that she's been protected, but then comes over here and wants to look closer at this area in front of the table where it seems that things went crazy. I need to get Celia. I will and bring up her sheet. So Celia wants to investigate around this area a little bit more to see what the deal is. She rolls a 12. On a 12, she reaches down and sees what almost looks like two little bowls, shallow bowls that have been sealed together, but that have been cracked, obviously by someone either stepping on it or the way that it was stacked underneath of bones, crushed the bowl. On the inside of the bowl, it seems to be lined with small black scales. She does not able to identify them, but with that, she looks up and sort of yells across at Luck and goes, "Luck, come take a look at this."
X is also looking at it. It's like,
Yeah.
what's this? What have you found? What is that? So getting up close.
Hey, Fiddly Bizzle, welcome. This was not an accident that this Dipso is here. I know you've experienced it before. It wasn't just that it lived in this cave. This was set as a specific trap. They used this intentionally with malice against whoever might trip it.
Sort of Axel's here as well. He's sort of listening. He hisses and it's like, "It's good that did. Oh, very good did. Good that did. It's okay. It's over."
Celia sort of gets up and is, "Logan, 015, thanks for following." Celia stands up and just sort of walks over and just wants to make sure that Luna is okay and ask her how she is.
I'm better. Thank you.
I didn't have much to do with it. It's your family here, but I hope that I can become a part of that soon.
Luna doesn't say anything. He's just still processing.
Just as a little note here, when Axel hissed,
Of course.
Doesn't work.
Stand by. They can hear you. The stream can hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh.
Because,
That's fine.
of course, as we said, I jinxed it. That saying my audio was working great. And so, of course, let's see if it's come back. There it is.
well, if you guys want to talk shit on
Yeah,
Tall Squad,
I'm back now.
Oh,
You-
hey.
You missed your chance to talk bad about me. So I saw Luck's mouth moving. What were you saying?
I don't know. Luke was he sort of is crouched down. He's sort of having a look at the bowl. Sort of like he's trying to sort of figure out like how do you capture sort of such beast, or was it like was it born from an egg or anything? Like he's trying to see if it's how it was kept.
Roll me a nature check. I believe. Roll me a nature check.
17.
These don't seem to be just any scales. These very possibly, you've not necessarily seen them before, but it would make sense to you. These are probably dragon scales or some kind of draconic scale, and apparently are not affected by the acid. You've seen it's acid eat through rock, you've seen it eat through metal, but apparently dragon scale, it is unable to penetrate. And so it would be a way, certainly this would be a way that you could create a containment unit unaffected by its acid and still fragile enough that it would break and basically it's an ooze. So, as long as you get, a hairline crack in it, it can get out.
Yeah. So it's like, that explains that then. As he's doing like the proper sort of area search now. He's got sort of his little investigator, that one. As he sort of looks over at the table, he's checking for like other traps that might be sort of laid around as well. Anything that might.
Throw me a. Actually, I'll stick with your 17 nature. You realize as you go around, y'all had noticed before there were bones and looked like dead rats and things and small animals that might have been somehow gotten into the poison they were mixing there. With your trained eye, you're able to tell these didn't die from poison right here at the table. This whole little scenario, table, the bag of poison on top of it, the mortar and pestle, the whole thing was set up basically as a trap for anyone who might be after their treasure. That the whole thing was not, no one would ever have used this table to be mixing poisons. It was set up as a, it was set up as a red button for you to walk over to, take a look at, and get caught by the Dipsa.
It's an interesting table, so a table specifically designed to trap like half of our party.
Yeah. It's a trap. Yeah, I'm like, it seems like the whole thing was a setup.
Wait.
Cue dramatic music.
Dun dun dun.
We looked at Iska for a moment.
Yes.
So there's nothing important there. Oh, that's
There was one bag of poison that was on top of it that I believe Luna picked up. I think she picked it up, yeah, because at first she thought that was what was killing her.
Yeah.
Hey, Violent Gumby, welcome. Good to see you.
He looks suitably disappointed, and he'll sort of a little disappointed, but then he remembers he has the scrolls, and he goes back to sitting basically on the floor over here, basically, away from anything particularly damp.
Yep.
I don't know, there's, sort of any dampness, and sort of looking over these scrolls, and yeah.
So Kel during this time has made sort of a perimeter sweep and just says, "It seems safe here. Maybe we should rest quickly and then make our way back to the caravan. The wagon that was broken down."
Sounds like a plan.
But why here? Why not outside? There's tents, and then fire, and we can cook food, and we can do things. He sort of spots the treasure. We can take that outside. It looks shiny. I think it'll be shining in the sun, so we can have a look at that too.
We should check the area before settling in, but either would work.
And just I vote for outside as well. I think, yeah. The outside, it's good for the lungs.
Okay. So you guys gonna head outside?
I think so.
Okay. Very good. Let me sling y'all over there. So y'all head back outside, coming out of the cave. And we don't need battle music anymore because that was needed.
God, get ready.
Well, because before when y'all stepped onto this screen, it was on. We don't quite need that. Boop. Let me get y'all back to just some outside music. Yeah, we'll do this. So yes, you all head back outside to the area that you're in. You still have the 3 bodies that are out there, 2 tents. There are some crates and such that are scattered around. It made somewhat of a barricade, but most likely were taken from a wagon or somewhere. I mean, you don't know. Yep. Y'all come back out. Feel free to move your characters around. Gosh, I need to take some of the... Y'all aren't poisoned anymore or any of that kind of stuff. Or slowed. So what do you guys want to do out here? Kel, I guess we'll start making a sweep. And I'll roll an investigation for him real quick. You guys can describe what you guys are doing.
Yeah, back in the cave when it was triggered by Axel hissing again when he heard the phrase trap, that Iska kind of glared at him a little bit and took back to her sketchbook and whipped that back out. And again, has been fairly quiet. As she exits the cave, she's actually going to like hole up against the side of the cave here just to sit down and continue sketching for a little bit, just for now. Again, in silence, just kind of focused on something.
Okay. Anyone else? What other folks planning on doing? Kel goes and sort of taking his look around. He seems to think that the area is pretty clear. He's just he's made a lap. He remembers where there was the hallucinatory terrain before and makes a lap around and says it seems to be fairly safe.
So a short rest, how long would you say is sort of a short rest we're doing?
I'm with Matt Mercer on this one. It's depending on how many other things you're doing at the same time. If you are power napping, power resting, it can be as short as 20 minutes. If you have other little activity, other things that you want to take care of, it will be more like, you're kind of resting if you're not battling and not act. If you're anywhere from 20 minutes to 45 minutes, and we can sort of take that by ear. As you come back out of the cave, it's about, by your best guess, probably approaching around 4:00 in the afternoon. The sun isn't down, but it's definitely getting into later afternoon since you'd met up with the caravan after lunch. You waited for an hour before there at the at the broken down wagon before they hit you. The Green Syndicate hit you to make sure that they wouldn't have any guards from the actual caravan come back. So pretty much. Hey, Dark Demon Slayer, good to see you, man. About that, by the time you took the travel to get here, done this fight, it's right. I'd say 3:45, 4:00. Or wait a second. Oh wait, quarter 4. Am I saying that right for my European friends? Quarter 4? Is it quarter 4? No, half 4. Never mind. It's 3:45.
I have no idea how I say things, to be honest.
So anyway, Luke is sort of going to go to the dead men over here and get them sort of all lined up. Like all their bodies lined up. The tents, would they have some sort of quilt or something? Or
oh yeah, there's bedrolls in there. In fact, the tents are enough certainly for the whole syndicate to be there. So there's quite a few extra bedrolls and things like that. Not a whole else. With just a quick look around for a quilt, yes, you can find a blanket or something.
Yeah. So I'm going to grab some of them. I'm going to get out some water and clean their faces off, close their eyes, and sort of put over their bodies, put over the sort of the bedroll, mutter a few things as I do that.
Okay. What's everyone else up to?
Luna's gonna check the area like immediately around the tents and everything, using her quarterstaff, see if there's any more illusionary terrain spots around there.
Okay, so by your sort of bumping around, you are able to basically discern that whole area there, for poking was illusionary terrain that then had the a mud pit underneath of it. It doesn't actually seem as though they dug a mud pit, that basically it was sort of a low-lying swampy area. Maybe there was a spring or something under there, and what they did is they just hit it so that when you would fall in it, they just used the natural terrain to their advantage.
Got you.
So Axel comes outside, sort of looks around. He's still got his scrolls. He's looking for a good spot. He sees the what looks to be the barricade.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to head over and basically poke inside the boxes, see what's in those, if there is anything.
Okay, if you'll do me an investigation check, that would be great.
That's my level 3 one, not my level 2 one. Not that it makes any difference, but
I just froze the meeting. Where is it?
that's a 15.
Stand by for just a second. I screwed up the Zoom.
Right, I didn't get a quick drink, so good timing.
What the heck just happened? Where did it go? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, my Zoom just went crazy. There we go. Bam. Okay. Now it's all back. Sorry, guys. Don't mind me as I panic as my cameras go crazy. Pro streamer. I wish I didn't have to keep saying that all the time but it's the reality of my world. So, yes, your investigation check. 15 investigation check. Cool. So, let me get to what all you find. So, you go out here, you open up a couple of these crates. What in the barrel there, you find a long cylindrical object, probably about this long. It's wrapped all in paper, and marked on close to the side on the top of it. Looks like it's marked with that green dragon symbol that you saw on the one medallion and embroidered on the 2 pieces of black silk handkerchiefs. It has a string coming out of one side of it, and like I said, it's probably about 18 inches long, about that big around, and you find that. You also find a interesting little box. You've seen these before. And actually, as soon as you pull it out, Iska immediately kind of recognizes it, because I'm sure Iska's in the area. It's a rudimentary disguise kit with different little ways, makeups and things like that, little pieces of clay and stuff that you could use to disguise yourself. You find 2 pounds of very pungent spices of different and varying types in little bags. You find a carved bone locket that basically is just a little locket that opens up, that is made of bone and has a little hinge on it so that you can open it and close it. You find a soapstone bottle that is sealed on the top with it's a sealed up like with wax or some kind of sealing wax. You can't quite identify what it's sealed with in there. Of all things, you find a set of bagpipes that are shoved in one of the crates, and you find a weird case about the same size as the scrolls that you found, but it's different. You can't quite decide. Actually, you don't know exactly what it is.
So Axel's going to go through all these, but he is going to be slightly more cautious.
One other thing, sorry, and you find another set of these 2 dragon scale bowls. They haven't been assembled together. They're just 2 bowls that are sort of stacked like you would stack them in your cabinet. they haven't been assembled.
So he's cautious going through these things. He doesn't really want to, he's careful that he doesn't put his hands where he's not actually looking. He's cautious because, things hidden somewhere. So he pulls everything out, and usually he takes a cursory look over everything. He's like, oh, this is interesting. Then puts it to the side. And, oh, this is really interesting. This bone locket, does it have anything inside it?
No, it just seems to be an ornamental piece. Having done a little bit of looking through some of the wagons back at the thing, this is kind of like the hodgepodge that you would have found in one of the wagons in a caravan. Obviously, they must have hit a wagon and got stuff. Doesn't seem to be anything. You don't know anything about it. It's to you just a bone locket. It's white. It's nice. It has a little picture of a whale on it.
What's a whale?
Okay, a large, what seems to be a big square-headed fish on it.
This is interesting. He's going to put it on and just... and nothing... I mean, he's going to look at everything. Oh, this is interesting, and set it aside. And basically, once he's checked those, he's sort of going to put lids back on and sit on the boxes and look over his scrolls again. So he's just, again, spending more time just looking at things.
Anyone else taking a look at these items?
Yeah, I think at this point, Iska closes her sketchbook, and she is going to very slowly and carefully approach Axel, sitting down on the box, and kind of softly say, like, did you find anything interesting?
Oh, yes, lots of interesting things. I mean, there was this, and there's all those things. He's taken them all out and sort of set them aside. There's those things. There's a box, another box. There's those bags. They smell very strong. There's that case. And all those bowls, they have, like, shiny things in them. I think they're, like, scales, maybe? But I'm looking at these. These are really interesting. These are magic scrolls, and if I wanted to buy one of these, it would cost me lots of money. So I've got these, and I'm going to look at these. These are really... And he sort of leans over. He's like, "Oh, look what I've just..." And it sort of shows her what to figure out about the casting and everything.
She's leaning in and, like, getting more and more sucked into this before, like, kind of shaking and, like, pulling back a little bit, just being like, "Listen, when I yelled out earlier for that woman to yield, you snarled at me? Did I say something wrong? Did I offend you? Did I harm you? Did I mess up?"
She was a bandit. Bandits need to die. Bandits aren't nice. Bandits aren't nice. Sort of pissed.
I guess I don't disagree with that. I just she was outnumbered. She was cornered. We could have done so much. We could have learned more from her. We could have learned more about her people, why she was doing what she was doing. If there were more of them out there, her tactics. If there were prisoners somewhere, should we have not tried to hold her?
He's sort of like, maybe good idea. I didn't know. Didn't think of that. No. Yeah. It's like, that's a good idea. Maybe next time. But she's still abandoned, so she's dead, and that's good. But that's good ideas. And then he sort of brings out his notebook and sort of notes that down to remember to do that. But yeah, good ideas. And then it continues on to keep taking notes, but now about, again, goes back to the scrolls and writes down from the scrolls, not actually copying the scrolls, but things he detects to say, oh yeah, this movement or this word or this symbol.
Iska, like, kind of nods at that and is like, okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't mess up, that I didn't do something.
No, your friend, your good friend, your friend Iska. I like friends. He sort of looks at it with a big toothy smile.
She nods at that and, like, also gives a smile, and she says, well, thank you for that, and thank you for helping me with this. And she opens her sketchbook, and there was a phrase when she first learned about the vice and what was in it that stuck out to her, and that was the phrase tiger spiders. And on either side of the pages, on the left-hand side, there's a picture of a tiger with 8 legs, and on the right-hand side, there is, like, a tiger head snarling, much like Axel snarling at Iska earlier, but with like 8 legs popping out of it. And she's just like, so which one do you think it's going to be?
It gets into the autonomy. So it's like, if it was like this, this is how this is how a spider works, and this is how the bodies work. And so this one wouldn't work. This one would. And he sort of he basically says the one with 8 arms, the actual tiger with the 8 legs, 8 limbs, not the one with like the tiger head, because it's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's not correct. I've seen spiders that don't look like that.
She nods and underlines the one with the 8 legs. Okay.
Hey, Shadow Brian, welcome. So I need Iska to roll me a investigation check, or no, a perception check with advantage and a history check with advantage. Didn't even need the advantage. Look at you. As you go to turn away the case that was similar in size to the scrolls catches your eye. Really catches your eye. And you swing back and you look at it, and it takes you a second. You're like, you've seen one of these before. You've seen one of these before. Where have you seen one of these before? And it's from your childhood that you remember something similar to this. A friend of your father's, who was a traveling musician, a traveling bard, had a case like this that he stored all of his original compositions in. It's a case that is used to hold music, since in this world, everything is rolled up, and to try to have music not just fall off of a stand or however you want to use it, it's made so that it basically holds the music flat and actually sort of a very long scroll, but that it will kind of automatically, you can sort of wind it up and it will unroll the music so that you can actually read the music while you play it.
This is where this is like
basically he had pulled it out and it's just sitting there amongst a pile of things on top of the box next to Axel.
She like excitedly asks Axel, "Can I look at this?" As she's like already like grabbing it.
Oh yes. What is it? What is it? And sort of again, he's distracted. He's like, "Oh, what is it? What is it?" And he's watching her as she looks over it.
And she explains the whole concept of storing music and everything. And as I look closer at this, as I look at are there music sheets in it already?
You try to open it, but you are unable to do so. It does not. It seems obvious how it would open. There's kind of a latch in that it would come apart and open up and to become this sort of scrolling music. Sort of think like almost like a piano, like a player. Gosh, do y'all even remember player pianos? But yeah, sort of but it sort of folds over on itself, but when you take it out, it basically would become 2 rolls, and as one gets smaller, the other gets bigger, and then finally it would close up the opposite direction. You can see the flap there. You've tried to open it, but it just won't budge at all. I need to. Hey, Axel, what's your passive perception?
Axel's passive perception, I think, is 14.
14. Because she's right there next to it, and you're paying attention to it. As she's trying to open it, because you deal in magic stuff, you immediately realize that this is, as she tries to open it, you can see almost little telltale signs that there is something magical holding it shut.
Oh, magic. Can I it sort of goes to take it. It's like, can I look at it? It's magic.
Yeah, she hands it over and just like stares intently.
And basically he's going to sort of look over it for any sort of signs of, sort of a magical conduit, how, if there's anything on the outside that would be visible as sort of, a magical inscription or anything like that.
So do me an Arcana check.
Yep.
With advantage because you've already identified that it's magical.
Yep. So 21.
21. Yes, there is, but it's magic you're unfamiliar with. There are runes on it, magical runes on it, in the normal style, but the way that they are arranged are very odd. You've never seen runes in these types of patterns before. They normally runes are in straight lines and read very much like text. These don't do that. They seem to be spread out, in weird arrangements around the case and around the flap that's holding it shut.
Yeah, he points at basically as he discovers this, he's going on about. It's like, this is strange because these are runes, but they're not normal because normally they go like this. Yes, they go like this because you write down and they go like this, but here they're strange, and he keeps twisting it around and everything. And basically, whatever you described, he explains to this really. It should be magic, but so strange.
Does it appear, with my artistic mind, does it appear as if these are notes that could be like, could be like sheet music?
I don't know. What would you do if they were?
I have an idea, but to start this off,
you are welcome to try.
Iska will look and look at these notes and kind of like hum, try to like find exactly what the melody is there, up and down, and then we'll pull out her violin and attempt to play them.
Do me a performance check with advantage.
A 25.
This is opposite of last week right now.
I know, right? It's like everybody. Yeah, we're the natural ones, guys.
The dice got spinning.
Yeah.
Everyone just start doing cool stuff because it's going to work out.
The rogue isn't here. She didn't steal all our rolls.
She didn't steal all your rolls. Yeah. You as you start to hum it, you feel a vibration building in the scroll itself, but it doesn't seem to unlock it. So then you begin to play it with your violin and hum along at the same time. And as the notes start to play, you see that the scroll case begins to sort of twist and become even more intricately sealed than you had ever imagined. It seemed as though the clasp that you were looking at, while what a normal one would look like, was an illusion or some type of magic that had been placed on it so that you would basically be trying to open it in the wrong space. As the tune unravels, the magic begins to unravel around the case. And as you reach the last note, you draw it out and the case opens.
I look at Axel like wide-eyed and just like look down at that case and just like...
that was awesome. Come on, let's look at it. And they, I guess, yeah. I look at what's there.
So you open it, and it opens to what looks like a title page, and where you would find the title of a song, and it is called. The piece seems to be called "The Chorus of the Muses," and as you move past the first page and open up it is in fact music, but it is music unlike anything you have ever seen before. In fact, the basics of the music are different from anything you've seen before. You've learned to read music from a young age. This the staff that this music is written on doesn't have 5 lines. It actually has 6. And the notes themselves aren't just dots on a page. They are, in fact, runes themselves. And in addition, are runic, not dragon rune, but runic in nature, and are also of various different colors and sizes. than what you're used to reading.
Huh. I'm trying to take that all in as a player and as a character here. No, that's amazing. I think Iska's ecstatic at this. Iska clearly doesn't fully understand what's going on, but looks to Axel just excitedly, as this, assuming, is unlike anything he's ever seen. Actually, I'll ask: have you seen anything like this before? Do you know these runes? Do you know what these are? What these mean?
Does he? No, not. I don't know. I know it's music. I've seen music, but I don't know anything about music. These runes are different, though. I know that, but what is it? He's now like he's caught on it.
Okay, so I'm going to leave you guys with that. Let's now move over to what Luck and Luna are up to. Luck, I mean, you certainly hear a commotion going on over from your friends over there. Luna, you've in the time that this was happening, you were doing your rounds. It took a little while for you to sort of almost like a tap with a stick out that one area. What do you all continue on with?
After she's found the area, the illusionary terrain area, I imagine she's gonna start practicing with her new quarterstaff, just going through some basic movements to familiarize herself with it, like get used to its weight and everything.
So yeah, no, you it is incredibly well balanced. It's actually a finer staff than yours. Yours, was kind of a hand-me-down staff that you had been given. So this is a much finer staff than you have ever done with. And it's interesting, as you spin the staff and go through some of your moves, the trees, it's almost as though the trees around you almost sway to the rhythm of it. It is, you are finding yourself more in touch and harmonized with the environment around you than you ever felt with your previous quarterstaff. Luck, what are you up to?
So currently, Luck has he's got the 3 bodies, and he's he's covered up their faces. He's probably cleaned them, and as he's cleaning up these bodies, making them look, getting rid of the blood and stuff, he's sort of talking with, almost sort of having talking with them, if we met in another circumstances where you weren't acting unjust and you hadn't, tried to hurt one of my friends, we could have been friends maybe. And he's sort of just almost having a casual conversation with them in a way. I mean, as he sort of, but sometimes life happens, Sometimes you make mistakes where you end up not being on the living plane anymore. But don't worry, next time around you'll do better. I believe in you. As he sort of begins to cover up the body. As he does that, he is actually going to look for some sort of identification, or any their names maybe, or somewhere where their names might be.
Yep. Unlike the leaders, where they had marks of the Green Blight Syndicate, these 3 do not seem to have any personal effects on them, and I won't make you roll for it. With just your trained eye, you can tell that basically they were, while they're not in identical uniforms in any way, they certainly were equipped by the same person. They basically all have the same quality type of clothes, same quality of weapon. It's pretty obvious that none of this is their own personal equipment. I mean, from yours, there's mementos on it. There's your name's on your pick. These are almost like, I call them standard issue, but not necessarily identical in any way.
So same feeling, same, yeah, Is that name or like is that name any about them, or something like that?
Like I said, I mean, I think it seems as though they they are meant to be nameless, faceless members of this group, so that they are not able to be interrogated as easily, or not as that people can't hold hold personal information against them, or determine where their soft spot might be for a loved one, for a city, for a town, for a region, even.
So since they just can't find the name, I'm sort of, before I like put the cover over their face, it's like, you look like a Frederick, and then and he then gets like a little stone, carves Frederick into it, puts it next to his sort of puts it on above his head, and then moves on to the next one. A Joseph, definitely Joseph, and does the same. And the third one, he's like, Barry, definitely Barry. As he, a pleasure meeting you. A good fight as well. Hope to see you in the afterlife. As he sort of gets up and then walks over to see what the commotion is.
Okay, so you get over there and you see. I guess probably for luck, the first thing he sees is there's about 6 bags that add up to 2 pounds worth of exotic cooking spices, which you immediately recognize them as cooking spices from your cooking training and from your wife. This is more and better assortment of spices than you've probably had and or used in your entire life. This is you might as well have killed the biggest ancient dragon on the continent to have this assortment of different and varied spices, literally from across. I mean, there's things here you can't even identify. It's 6 bags that then have smaller bags, and then smaller bottles, then smaller little boxes inside of it, and every single one is a different spice. Some of them are ground already. Some of them aren't ground already. Like when you get cinnamon sticks or a nutmeg nut or things like that. But this is a for you. An impossibility of that these are sitting here in front of you.
Whatever Axel and Iska are doing can wait. It's just like biggest grin, like it's just like he's rubbing his hands. He's like just untying it, and he's just like yes, I can see it now. Stews will never be the same. Maybe. This one smells quite sweet. I could make some nice candy out of that one. Maybe. Maybe a roast. No. Yes, definitely a roast. Smart. Definitely. Like you can just see it going through it and just identifying what, like smelling, maybe.
I would just like to note that was generated off a random roll. I will actually tell you all of this outside loot was off of a random loot generator. And I will tell you more about all except, literally everything that's there is off a random loot generator or off of a dice roll. Not even kidding.
Yeah,
that's
you
what
did say the dice. Yeah, I was thinking.
I mean, I was just like, "Are you kidding me? There's 2 pounds of exotic spices off of a random loot generator for this group." It was the same thing with Luna's quarterstaff last time. I was like, right after we had the whole tree branch string thing about her hiding behind the tree branch and how much we thought how cool that was, the quarterstaff of autumn leaves.
Perfect.
I was just like, "Are you kidding me?" So. Yeah, dice.
It's just
Dice.
like the dice god. So
Yep.
he's definitely just going through it like it, and it's like he picks up another vial. He's like, not sure about this one. Might have to experiment a bit. As he then wraps it all up, and he's like, he pats the bags. He's like, I can carry this. As he like picks them up like this, and he's like, with the knees, and lifts them up.
Cool. So, Luna, you've been playing with your thing. Do you come over and take a look at any of these items?
If everybody's over there, she will eventually just kind of.
Yeah, at this point, Celia and Kel have moved over. I mean, Kel actually probably has found a place sort of sitting apart and just is kind of resting. I mean, he's had a rough day. And Celia is kind of, I won't say lurking in shadows. She's just kind of sitting back and kind of observing everything that is going on. So
That means I should have an in-depth, super serious character conversation with her right now, right? Totally? 100%?
Sure.
No.
I was going to say we might retcon the whole thing later, but sure. Yeah, no, so actually, I'll have Luna do me a history check. I'll say with advantage even.
You got it.
And follow that by a perception check. I should have done this the opposite direction, but whatever.
History, perception.
Cool. You notice Axel's new bone locket and immediately go, oh, it's a whale. to Axel.
Just like, so I mentioned.
Or I guess I don't tell you what you say. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You recognize it as being a whale. I'll let you say whatever you want to say. Sorry. Don't mind me as I take over your characters. I'm playing 2 already. I'm going to just play all of them.
So she'll point specifically at the locket and say, well.
He's like, what? What did you say? It's like he says, like, what are you talking about? What?
Make the motion. Well, your locket is a whale.
What's a whale? Can you tell me about a whale? Is it like, so this fish is a whale, right?
Very large fish.
Oh. Very, very large. Okay, very large fish. And where do you find it? Yeah.
Looking a little wistful, she'll say, ocean.
Oh, the ocean is that big? I didn't think so. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Notebook out, taking notes again. You sort of left Iska with her thing, I think.
Cool. So on that note, do we want to say, you can take a look. Well, actually, we need to go back to Iska and Axel to see what they're doing, or we have whenever you guys are ready to declare the beginning of your short rest.
So here's a quick question. You said there was a thing of bagpipes?
There is absolutely a set of bagpipes here. Again, random roll.
Would I be familiar? Would Iska have seen bagpipes before? Or would bagpipes be kind of like not so common?
Instruments of battle. That's all I've got.
Do it. Let's just roll it. Do me a history check, and I'm gonna say with disadvantage because what it'd be is if someone from the High Mount Bard School came by your house. Nope, you have no idea what it is. However, I don't know if you've ever handled bagpipes before. Basically, you pick them up and they make noise.
They're made to scare people.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you touch bagpipes and yeah, you get it's a natural one on your stealth check.
Splorch. It's a different sort of splorch.
Oh, it's a whole different sort of splorch. It's a Hey, Shanti.
Hey. So yeah, with that 6, not great.
So yeah, you don't know what they are, but if you've touched them, they make noise for you.
A wild hair pops into my head, and I kind of rationalize, and I'm starting to put this all together, that this is called Chorus of the Muses, correct?
Correct.
And it's runes and it's colors and it's a 6th line, and I say like something along the lines of like this could be it. This could be a song above any other. This could be the most beautiful song ever, and this could be the instrument. And I'm gonna pick up that bagpipe, like with the idea that this is going to be like a heavenly chorus, and attempt to play Chorus of the Muses on a bagpipe.
It's gonna be great.
Even though I don't really understand exactly like the 6th string, I'm just kind of winging this whole thing here.
Okay. You are going to give me a performance check with a minus. Well, it would be a, well, because your proficiency is what? So basically roll me a d20 at disadvantage, and there's yes, and I'll let you know what the DC is.
Right.
Whether you pass or fail.
I'll roll.
Oh boy.
I'll roll 2 d20s real quick, and we'll take the lower.
Literally from the moment you pick it up, the sound is horrific. I mean, it is god awful. You actually probably first start off blowing into the wrong pipe. It's eventually you realize to blow into the right pipe, but then like three of the like other pipes fall down and probably hit you in the leg. I mean, you are do me a dexterity check with disadvantage.
Has she played something like a flute or another sort of like a?
She plays the violin.
Yeah.
I got a 15.
Yeah, so with a 15, you don't drop it, as it seems to almost be like alive in your hands. I mean, it's like, literally, Axel probably thinks that it might be coming after him.
No, that's actually, sort of the thing when you startle a cat.
Oh yeah.
He just sort of jumps in the spot further. What is? Did you just kill something? What did you kill? What is that? He goes over and it's like, I didn't know it was alive. He goes over and just sort of pokes it. Like, what?
It kind of honks back at you as you poke it.
It's gonna look at Axel and says, do you think this one has a slime gland too? And she'll attempt to like do something with it and realize like it's not a pleasant noise. She gets that, but it's still a unique noise. It's something she's probably never heard before.
Absolutely.
So she's gonna keep squeezing and playing with it, kind of clueless to anyone else's pleasure or displeasure around her. It is just, poking, blowing, everything with it for a while.
Stand by.
Standing by.
Okay.
About halfway through this, Kel has walked up behind you and just takes the pipe out of your mouth. Please stop. And do you stop?
She's gonna like reach for it and then like kind of think back to this entire party dynamic and just give a sullen okay, but she'll like immediately go back to that sheet music to study that again. She has something that she can preoccupy herself with, so she's good. She can change her attention to that.
Okay, so yes, Kel's just like, yeah, he was probably going to take it away from you if you didn't. It's like, I'll let you keep it, just don't make that noise anymore. He doesn't say that because Kel would say like one word, which, please stop. Anyway, so we'll say this is the beginning of your short rest. It will only take about 15 minutes because this has been kind of relaxing other than the bagpipe interlude for everybody. So feel free to use hit dice. Of
course, the muses.
Feel free to use hit dice as you want to, etc., to take care of whatever you need to take care of. Don't know where everyone's hit points still are at this point. But we'll say about 15 minutes passes. And with that, what's y'all's next move? If people have, go ahead and use your, like I said, go ahead and roll up your hit dice if you need them. Smoke them if you got them, and then what's the plan? Adventures.
The plan is to return to the caravan, I believe.
The plan is to collect everything that we have found that's interesting and take it with us.
So actually, here's one of the things I do want to be specific about, because I know we were in a rush last time. Over the course of this time, and we can do more discussion later, but I do want to know who's carrying what from this loot, and of course Alicia can chime in when she gets back, because she still has, I think she has pretty much everything from the previous looting. But since this is sort of our first big loot thing, first thing, we do track encumbrance here, so be thinking of that. And then also, just because so we don't have confusion later of who had what when, I don't mind taking a little bit of time for discussion of, hey, I'll take this, why don't you take that? Even for the little things, or if you want to do the grog method, and that someone is is gonna carry all of the incidentals, that's fine too. But I kind of want to know where stuff is, so there's not confusion later.
Well, we could just put it all on Kel and Celia, and if they have any objections, we'll listen to them now.
Right, nothing. Cool.
I'm fine with that.
Let's go.
No, we can. I mean, Iska's gonna take that scroll and that case, as long as if Axel's cool with her taking that. Then...
Oh yeah. If she likes it, she knows more about me. I really want you to find out what that is. It's so simple.
How difficult would it be to carry this 2 pounds of exotic spices?
Oh, they're packaged. They're packaged as a traveling. I mean, it's a 2 pound. It's a traveling cook's best friend. It's a think of it as, it's kind of like, a tackle box is, like for fishing. Think of it like a tackle box of spices and little bags and all that type of stuff.
That's great.
That's beautiful. So yeah, you can see me taking out.
It's a nice little wooden chest. Probably has some cooking, like a carved top that has onion and little like a kitschy kitchen. It's got little things on it, probably a spoon, but it's obviously marked with little herbs and onions and that type of stuff. Alicia, I was just saying, I just want people to kind of say what they're carrying, so we know who's got what. Who's got the bagpipes? Because it won't affect stealth checks at all.
So not even touch those.
that's where I'm going to have kind of a player character clash here, because I think Iska's interested in those, but also probably realizes that going forward with this party, she's not going to make a whole lot of friends, or Celia's probably not going to be pretty stoked about constantly want noises.
So, here's the thing. So, give me a investigation check.
Sure.
I'll even say with advantage, because this is kind of your thing. Yeah, either way. So the dice have spoken. Even though you don't know how to play it and it makes a horrible noise, this is a musical instrument. Musical instruments are not common in this world and are not cheap in this world. I mean, they are heirlooms that people pass down from generation to generation. So that these have value. Again, they're going to be a pain in the ass to carry for a little bit, but there is absolutely value in them.
Okay, I'm taking the bagpipes.
I'll do everything.
I'll do everything I can to reduce the noise. As we go. So
they were inside of I'll call it a crate, makes them a little bit more awkward to carry. Certainly makes them heavier. It makes it more like it's like would be 8 pounds to carry instead of thing, and it's a big square. So you're still going to be you're not going to have a noise problem with stealth. You're going to have a juggling items problem with like dexterity checks or things. But you're not going to have a stealth problem. You're going to have a dexterity problem while carrying them in this crate that they were crated in.
I'm bringing them with.
Okay.
8 pounds, you said?
8 pounds, yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyone else? You've got this long tube, just a refresher thing. You've got the long tube. You have a disguise kit, the locket you're already wearing. You have the soapstone sealed pitcher, and then the 2 little dragon scale bowls.
What's that picture?
It is made out of soapstone. Seems to be sealed on the top, like with a. It has a soapstone stopper on top of it that seems to be like sealed in with like wax.
Yeah, but I'll take the picture.
Okay, that's only about a pound.
Yep.
And then the bowls don't weigh anything because they are super fragile, just like the ones that you saw on the inside. Anyone else? Who's taken what? There's the big long cylinder wrapped in paper and closed on both ends with the green dragon mark on the side and the string coming out of it.
Yeah, Axel's going to take that one for sure. If no one else picks up the other things, he'll take those because all of them are very interesting curiosities.
Okay.
So if Sylvia doesn't take the disguise kit or somebody else doesn't, he'll take it.
She has one, so.
Yeah, so he'll take the disguise kit and the scale bowls if they last. But
I think Luna would actually pick up the bowls.
okay.
Thanks, Ed Wells, for the host. Yeah, no, it's just I was right in the middle of talking when it came through on this side, so I didn't butt in. But hey, it's great to see you and all the wafflers. Thanks for giving the host, man. Appreciate it. And then Luna, are you going to distribute any of the stuff? I think you had everything from the previous loot.
Yeah, and she would. So she'd, so the gold, silver, and copper divide equally, essentially.
Yeah. We'll assume someone carries it, and we'll split it up once you get to a place where you can kind of count it out and do your thing. And then I think you used 2 of the healing potions, yeah.
Yeah, the healing potions are gone. I used them both.
Okay. I thought there were 3, weren't there?
There were 2. I'll put it this way: she had 2. If there were 3, she did not have the 3.
There was only 2. Yeah, it was 3. It was the 3 pouches of poison powder.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. She has and then the poison pouches she picked up off the table. She'd have that as well.
So there were. I know we used 1 poison powder, so I think you're still at 3 total for the party.
Okay.
Because there'd be 4 total were found. I think only 1 was used. Correct?
Let's see,
someone blew it into someone's face.
I used 1. I handed 1 to Celia. Kel asked for 1, and then we found 1 in the cave.
Yeah. So I think you're still 3. Anyone else want poison pouches, or just you want to distribute those out in any way?
Okay. Well, they already are. So Kel has 1, Celia has 1, Luna has 1.
Oh, great. Perfect. Yeah. Of course, the 2 people who I'm supposed to know what's in the inventory.
And I think there was the Green Dragon Syndicate has the obsidian.
Yeah. So who's got someone's got the medallion, and then there's 2 scarves.
All right.
I think Celia had okay, it's either Celia or Luna had the medallion. Oh, that's right. No, Celia asked for the knife, so Luna still has the medallion right now.
Okay. And then there's 2 scarves. We can work that out when the whole party's together next week, but those aren't going to be something that you're going to need to pull out in combat right away or anything crazy like that. So anyway, with that, so Iska, as you finish your resting and sort of contemplating this, as you look at the scroll, the magical scroll, it seems as though you're beginning to understand. There's like the first 2 notes of the first piece suddenly seem like they might be clarifying, or how you would. You're coming up with ideas of how you might be able to play this, but it's literally just the first 2 notes, and you're not quite sure yet.
Okay. I mean, as she's getting ready to go and looking over the she's just gonna hum those two notes basically over and over again, and like keep searching for that third note. Even if she doesn't understand what the sheet music says, she's trying to think herself, like guess ahead, like
Gotcha.
what makes the most sense here? What could it be that follows this?
Yeah, very cool. So, any specific way that you're going to leave this raised area? You know where the what's it called, where the hidden terrain is, the illusionary terrain is. Do you have a specific way that you're going to leave the area up here?
I can only presume we're going down there on the side, not down through the mud.
Yeah.
So as you approach over to this area over here, and because you're coming at it from the back side, you do see that there basically is a snare trap set up in this area, and a large bag of something. On a string that basically, if you would trip a wire, it would swing down and hit whatever was coming up through, up this pathway, along this line here. I will say Celia, that would be my cue, would try to disarm traps.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So she's going to do a thieves' tool, and since she's doing it from the side of this, we'll say that it's with advantage. Yeah, with a 21, she is able to disarm the trap and actually save the bag. I'm trying to remember that. Well, Kel and Celia were right there, so they recognize this as the bag of powder that Startex used to make her escape with. That this is a larger powder that would affect an area instead of just a single target. So we'll say, so I don't forget, Celia hands it to someone. I'll remember. So Celia has the area of effect poison bag as you guys head out. So Kel directs you through the through the forest, back across the path that you came down to, through to get there. It takes about 45 minutes. I think we said 35. So about 35 minutes to head back. I was saying it was about 3:45 before, 15 minutes of rest. So it's approaching 5 o'clock when you reach back to the road here. The wagon has already left. Not unexpected. They said they were going to continue on. You do recall from your discussions with Liam that they were going to be camping about 3 to 4 hours up the road at a place called Morgan's Creek, and you can see that obviously there's wagon ruts heading the way down the road in the direction out of the trap area and down the road. So by your best assumptions, it doesn't seem as though anything else bothered them, and Philip and the gang and Naomi headed towards down the road towards Morgan's Creek. What's y'all's thoughts, move, plan? There's still lots of bodies hanging around. Ooh, actually, I need to do something. Can everyone do a perception check for me?
Okay.
At disadvantage. Gosh, I'm rolling as Kel all the time. I need to remember to keep changing when I'm rolling as a DM and when I'm rolling as a character.
Yeah, this is.
There it is.
What's disadvantage really?
Yeah, the dice are going the other way now. Goodness.
It's crazy. So yeah, no, you don't. Nothing really here. I mean, you do notice. There's still the bodies that are all around. You notice that a lot of their any of the heavy armor that was on them is not there anymore. having seen that, I would say Luck, having spoken personally with Knack, assumes that he probably took, scavenged the armor so that he would have them to use and repair and potentially resell, etc. So that's about all that you notice and see around the around this area.
So I do sort of turn to the party and be like, can you give me a second with the bodies? I need to make sure they are, well seen off into the afterlife.
Axel sort of... Why? Bandits.
So it is respectful. No matter who they were in life, after death, they are judged by the gods, not us. So it is only respectful to clean up what is left.
Okay. You do that. I wait. Sort of just find a place to sit. Oh,
Iska will go. She's not going to necessarily help Luck, I guess, but she will play kind of like a funeral dirge kind of tune on the vibe, just to give it some of that somber feeling that I think Luck is going for, and just try to assist him with that mindset.
Again, Luck is. There's how many bodies was there roughly? 8.
8, 10 actually total.
10. That's 10 bodies.
I'll say, Luck is pretty efficient. I'd say it probably takes 10 minutes, and a lot of them are kind of grouped right together. Well, actually, there's really only 9 because one of them was vaporized.
Yeah, I still put a rock there for him. Again, it's like...
Yeah, where there's the burnt mark on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. Again...
Tarzan, you will be missed.
Yeah.
MIST.
Yeah, Celia, just as you're about to finish up, sort of walks over. You hadn't noticed her before, and just sort of says, "We need to get going before it gets dark. We don't want to be on these roads too late into the evening."
Yes, understandable. As he places the last rock down and sort of gets up off his knees, he sort of bows his head to them, pulls out his little wooden sword, and it's like, and then he's like, "Yes, let's get a move on her. Our friends are far ahead of us."
So you guys, back on the open road that we've, just general mood picture. Gosh, I lost my music. I forget what my open road music was. Oh no, it's there. Just traveling along the open road. You travel for about 2 to 3 hours. And you do arrive. The sun is pretty much down as you arrive at. You can obviously see there's campfires made. There's been torches set out, and you arrive where a creek does seem to cross very close to the road. Doesn't really cross over the road. There's not a bridge here. It just seems to have turned in. And of course, as we talked, wherever there's water is where there are trees. So, it is a fairly much more wooded area than you've been. It's not very wide of a wooded area because it's just, probably about 50 feet on either side of the river, or the creek. It's not really a river, that you see the trees before it goes back into the open flatlands that we had before. Oops, that's not the one I wanted. That's the one I wanted. Loop. So you can see there's a nice, there's sort of nice flat clearing areas on either side where people have sort of rounded up their wagons, pulled things out, have campfires made. There's sort of a secure perimeter with the 6 guards, including your friends, Philip and I just lost the other guy's name. Philip and other guy. You approach into the caravan. Liam comes out to greet you, having heard of the fight that ensued, and just says, I can't thank you enough for saving Naomi and the rest of my caravan. You've certainly all earned this, and gives you each your 2 gold for having stayed behind it. And of course, anything that you found is yours to keep.
Oh, it was nothing much of a then the doing of the daily justice, as they say. I'm sure any man with half a sense of kindness in their heart would have done the same. Or woman.
So you guys are back amongst the caravan. It has been a long day. It seems like 2 weeks. It's been such a long day. And what are you guys up to?
Casually walking around, talking, and probably showing off all the fancy spices. Now I've got.
Let's remind you guys of who is here. So this would make sense. So as you wander around, Luck, you are immediately drawn by the sound of chickens, goats, noises of small livestock, and approach a whole wagon that a dwarf seems to be tending to. He's made a small fire beside it and actually has a rabbit on a spit. There seems to be cooking himself. Smells wonderful. And there's some goats that are sort of in a rope, on a rope, sort of picketed off close by. They're grazing on the nice succulent grass there by the stream. And he's there with a mug of a small cask of ale, sort of sitting beside him, and cooking a rabbit for dinner, man.
Mm. He sort of sees all the livestock and says, "Oh, quite the collection you've got there."
Yeah, of course it is. This is my livelihood. Chickens, eggs, rabbits, pretty much anything that I can. Small livestock. It's my stock and trade.
Hmm. He said, would you have a spare rabbit by chance?
I have a spare anything for the right amount of coin.
Well, it so happens that I've got myself these new spices I wish to test out. And he pulls out the
spices, you say? What you got there?
And he pulls out the crate and he just opens it up, and it's like all sorts. Some I haven't even heard of or seen.
Oh, let me see there. This is quite a kingly collection you have here. Do you mind? Can I take a look?
Oh, go right ahead.
He goes flipping through. Well, I'll be. This one, I've not seen these in years, and these. Oh, this one will light you on fire there. He'll burn you twice, if you know what I mean. And then, picks up some other things and just goes, that's quite a haul you have there. Tell you what, I'll give you a rabbit if you share it with me, and we try a few of these things out. I've got some great old dwarven recipes that you might find exciting. You from the north? You seem to have a northern accent. You from up that way?
I'm from the south.
No, you're from the north.
Yes, I'm from the north, up in the mountains.
My family's up from Anvil Forge myself, so been traveling up through those mountainy parts all the time. It kind of looks you over. Bet you're a miner, aren't you?
Oh, yep. Born and bred.
Toe here, Thelborn, my friend. Nice to meet you. And you are?
Look, Goldheart. I'm so sorry. I always forget to introduce myself first. Oh, yes, I'm Luke Goldheart. From Elevation Pit. A small village. Might have heard of it.
Can't say that I have, but must be a mining town. As far every rock you throw, you can hit a mining town up in the Anvil Forge Peninsula. So, what brings a youngster like you down this way? Old
Oh, well,
grizzled dwarf.
Well, I would hardly call myself young in my years, but let's see. Adventure, really. It's the main adventure and keeping up traditions, as they say.
Adventures for the young. Tradition is good though, and basically he snapped a rabbit's neck while y'all are talking. Literally like with one quick whip of a knife, does the whole turn it inside out. Wow, whoops, sorry, music just got loud on me. Turns it inside out, and it's got it skinned and ready to be spitted. Yeah, and you guys just keep on talking and chatting unless you got something specific you want to ask him about.
Not really currently. We're probably, again, just sitting down, probably testing out the spices.
Can I offer you some ale? And then,
Of course.
does this, and he sort of digs through and he goes, oh, we'll use a little of this, and we could use a little of that. Or do you want to experiment? They are your spices. I don't want to...
Oh, of course. It's like, this one? Yes, this one looks interesting. Oh, my wife said she always wanted this, never did get around to giving it to her.
Oh, how is the wife?
Last I saw of her, she was healthy, proud, and what's the word? Content.
Content is all you can ask for in this life, my friend. And they clink their mugs and get to cooking. Anyone else? What are y'all up to? Or was anyone tagging along with Luck? That's a good question too. It seems like he was off on his own.
Axel, actually, once they sort of get around the camp area, Axel is going to sort of, he's sort of going to bolt off, start exploring the area, really. In particular, he is looking for a place to put his hammock. If there, I don't know, there's enough trees to make from the picture you provide, it's like, is there trees for him to hammock?
For Axel and someone of Axel's weight, absolutely, you could find 2 trees. In fact, as you go exploring around, actually, I have multiple pictures. You find a nice spot, and it's actually where the water is kind of deep and clear, and you actually find a way to sort of actually sling it where it narrows down, literally like over. Actually, is that something Axel would do? There's an area that you could actually sling your hammock over the water itself and have the stream sort of underneath, running underneath of you.
Yeah, he would. Although he would very carefully, anything that could get wet, he's going to keep away from the water. So he's going to sleep there, but his other stuff will sort of be,
that's fine,
safe elsewhere.
Yeah, no. So you've stored your most precious belongings, and over to the side, because you do have that waterproof tarp that you could have got them all in, and it's close enough to the camp. I mean, there's lots of folks all around this area, and certainly close enough to the camp. You are certainly under the protection of the guards. You're within the perimeter because they basically camped on either side of this little stream, and you've seen people come down and get their water and that sort of stuff. And your vantage point, you're sort of all the way on one end of the camp. So from where you are sort of on the hammock, you can kind of just sort of look out. And as you sort of, lazily rock, to sort of see all the activity, you kind of have a view of all of the 9 wagons and activity that's going on. You can see Luck over there cooking. You can see, other people going in and out, some kids who are running around between them. The sun's turning a deeper orange and starting to become a dark night sky as evening settles over the camp.
If that's the case, he's sort of going to set up, like, exactly how busy is it? Is it like a couple of people regular? There are people nearby?
Well, there's about 40 people total in the caravan. At this point, most of them are they probably only beat you guys by maybe 2 hours. They got here a little bit before, because the caravan moves a little slower than a single wagon does. And so, it took them a while to sort of settle in, find the spot they wanted to. Everyone sort of has their own duties for setting up a perimeter and making sure that things are, defensible if necessary. The old saying of circle the wagons is absolutely true here. They've circled the wagons to make sure that everything is set and good. that there's no real, if there were any issues, the guards would easily be able to take care of it. There would be cover for them. And so by the time they've done that, they've done a little unpacking, actually kind of more than you would have expected, as though they might be here longer than just for a quick evening stop. Knack has actually set up his sort of portable forge. He's not got it lit and going yet, but he's set it up, which probably took him a little while. So you're kind of like, you understand there, that might not be just the normal, on the go, camping, overnight stop type thing.
Okay. Can you spot fish in the stream? Does there seem to be fish in there?
Do me an investigation check.
Roll investigation. Investigation. It is.
You are. It's getting dark, and becoming night. It's tough to be able to see through the water enough to be able to see whether there's any fish down in there. You do hear frogs. The nice, croaking of frogs.
Okay. Well, as soon as he gets up, sets up his hammock, sees the view, sort of sees the setup, he's going to grab his stuff again and ducked back. He's looking for Iska and Luna, and Cal as well.
As established, if there is an inch of water, Luna is by it or in it. So
yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But she'd probably be downstream of everybody trying to get their water and everything. She doesn't want to.
Okay. So. You mean upstream? Upstream. No, downstream. She's downstream if she's getting in.
Down.
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, that's fine. If there's an inch of water, it's not deep. I mean, it's it's literally mid calf at best.
That's fine. Doesn't matter. So I mean, she's probably just sitting on the bank and sort of calmly. Actually, I imagine the bowls that she has, she's kind of, she's gonna like set them on the bank by her and sort of, kind of like water juggle between the three of them. If that makes any sense. So it's gonna kind of skip it between the three.
Okay, no, that's cool. Yeah, no.
That's what she's doing.
Yeah. Cool. So you guys are doing, so that's what Luna's doing. Iska, what are you up to?
I want to, remind me if I'm getting this name wrong, Madam B? Was that?
Yes, B. Artenberry. Yes, the arts
B.
dealer.
Artenberry.
Yes, who is B. Arthur, yes.
I would love to go to her wagon with the bagpipes. And when I get there, I want to just show off what I found very proudly.
Yeah.
And just ask a million questions about them if I can. How these work, where they came from. Is this noise, is this normal? Is this instrument broken, or is it supposed to make this noise?
Hey, Big Bestie, thanks for the host. You go over and you see B, and she's unpacked pretty well as well. It looks like she's kind of doing inventory and getting things straightened out because her stuff has been looked through a couple times, and she's just sort of, well, dear, what do you have there?
It's like a weird. It's kind of almost like a creature that just screeches, but it's an interesting screech, and I don't know how this works, but it sounds really. Do you know how to play? Do you know anyone who knows how to play this? Is it worth anything?
Well, I've not. Well, let me see. Well, of all things, you have found a pair of bagpipes. Where? I'm not even going to ask where you found them. I've not seen one of these in years. Golly. They play them up north, up in the, actually, I'm sorry, far to the south, down in the Emerald Highlands, is where you see these types of instruments. But to find one all the way up here, I can't even imagine. Now, dear, this is not really something that I would deal in. I deal more in the arts, but I've traveled several times with instrument and musical instrument dealers, and deal is in these types of things. I do know instruments can be quite valuable. Certainly, if we could probably come up with some kind of maybe a barter for them, because that's not what I would do. Is I would use it to maybe get something more interesting. But if you're not going my direction, so to speak, and want to unload them, we could probably come up with some kind of a deal.
Okay.
And yes, if you don't know how to play them, they make an awful racket.
I think, yeah, Iska will take one last chance to make a few more screeches with them and kind of drink those in. And yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have to roll it.
And she'll sigh. I think Iska wants to hang on to these things, but seeing Kel's immediate reaction and knowing Luna was probably doing her best not to intervene, Iska wants to unload these things and try to barter them for something.
So, how do you want to do this bartering? Do you want her to offer you 3 things, or do you want to do the dig?
You give me that dig, man. I'm calling your bluff.
Okay. Give me a second, and I will get to the dig.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
So,
I'm all jazzed up on bagpipe screech. I'm ready to search through stuff, man.
Okay, let me get it. This is bees. So get the shareable link, and I'm going to whisper it to you.
Are you ready to?
Not even.
There's your link, and I will let you. That is going to probably take you into the evening, so we're gonna skip from you, and
Okay,
so B goes. So you're welcome to look around. We'll come up with a deal. I have quite a few things, and luckily I have everything open right now since I'm redoing my doing my organization and inventory. So dig through as you will, and let me know when something catches your eye.
I was just going to say, I want to adjust what Luna was doing just a little bit. So instead of doing the water juggling, what she's doing is with her right hand, with one of the bowls, she's going to kind of like scoop up a little water, toss it in the air, and as the droplets are falling, she wants to try and hit them with her left hand. So right hand toss up, kind of practicing maybe deflecting missiles. I don't know.
Cool. So, and you're doing that with the dragon scale bowls?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Hey, Trolls Maiden, how you doing? Sorry, guys, I was digging through stuff, so I didn't see everyone sneak in. Sprocket's here. Golly, everyone's here. Big Bestie's here. It's like the whole gang, and I missed all y'all sneaking in on me. Hands up for Tall Squall Whisper. You're welcome to whisper. Dude, you can whisper me whenever. I might not get right back to you.
I think
just because
everyone wants you to whisper to them.
Oh no! I'm not able to whisper back because of everything that's going on. Otherwise, it's gonna be a lot of y'all looking at the top of my head and nothing happening in the game.
Again, that's what.
But thanks for the gosh, you love me. You really do. You love me. Or isn't that what she like me? Whatever. What's her name said at the Academy
like me.
You really like me. Yeah. Anyway, enough of that.
He loves me. He loves me. He loves me.
Does that take care of everyone and their business? Kel is off being Kel. He does his foraging and then finds a nice place to do it. Celia, she actually probably finds herself over near the tavern cart, just because that seems to be where people are, and so she's hanging out over in that direction. So if that is that, don't know if you've dug through enough, Iska, if you are.
So the first, actually, I've been looking through these, and it's great. I love the way this is set up. A book that seems familiar stands out to me.
Okay. Stand by.
Sure. So I'll grab the book and turn to Madam B and say, this, I think I've seen this. And wait to hear more about it.
Yeah, I used to have. Yes, yeah. It's a child's tale. It's a children's book. Pretty common down in the High Mount area. It tells it tells a story of a princess who is discovered, amongst the peasants and rescued by her prince. It is a nice little tale. If it interests you, certainly. But I can't swindle you by just giving you that. You'd want to pick a few other things as well for it to be a fair trade. Because I would hate for you to sing a song about how I swindled you as you go on your career.
So
Right.
after he's done his thing, Axel was looking for Iska. I mean, what was the time difference? Would he have heard the bagpipes when he was looking for her?
Oh, absolutely, he would have heard the bagpipes when he was looking for her. So yes, you would have found Iska with no problem.
Yeah.
And again, it's not that huge of a campsite. I mean, it's 9 wagons in a circle. So I mean, yeah, and pretty much everyone stays to the inside of the circle. That's kind of because that's just the smart place to be. So Axel, are you there now with Iska?
Yeah. Axel sort of runs up. It's like, oh, I found something really cool. Found something really cool. You want to come see?
Yeah, I also found something, and Iska's transfixed on this book. She heard Madam B. Squall. I mean, feel free to say no to this, but Iska's just kind of enraptured by a new story, and she's just like, do you want to take a look too? At Axel, basically offering well, if Axel wants something from this pile of things, by all means, Axel can pick something out.
Oh no, absolutely, that's fine with me. That you can both rummage. I mean, y'all both found the bagpipes and both worked for it.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. What's interesting? And he's going to go, search through the pile basically as well.
How are you in here as Daniel? Right? No.
Templar Axel.
Oh, hidden. That's why I was putting in Axel, and that's why I couldn't find you for a whisper. Make sure does that come through?
Yep, that came through.
So you can look at the list as well. So it's quite a sight. You've got Madam B, who is B. Arthur, who's now kind of sitting there just with a pin in her mouth. Actually, not a pin, I guess, because they don't have pins. But you know the idea. The typical Blanche pose. Watching you guys do your thing. Pretty much probably tear apart her cart that she's just gotten in order.
Yes.
But she's okay with it. It gives her something to do. And young people, she kind of has that smirk of youth. See you, Dark Demon Slayers. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, and guys, I forgot to say, hey, Dark Demon, before you leave, unless you already left, what I did since I had to stop the Deltare stream, and since we had such amazing donations on our first time with our good friend Dark Demon Slayer, and so let's just go ahead and run these all again because he was incredibly awesome and generous in my first session. So, wham! Let's see if it. Oh, it's not doing the alert again. Darn it. Well, anyway, so party that plans ahead always has. Let's see. Party that plans ahead always has the advantage. Give everyone one player advantage, so you get that one. You get teamwork is key. Everyone gets a nat 20. And everyone also gets a D10 healing die. All from our good friend Dark Demon Slayer, from his generosity at the very beginning of our thing. And let me see if I can actually make this play them again. I cannot get it to play. I was going to try to make it actually repeat the alerts, but it's not. So anyway, Dark Demon Slayer has been incredibly generous. When we first started out into the Deltare crew, basically gave everyone a nat 20, an advantage, and a healing die for you to bank for later use. We are going to do the new one that you have to have an action available to use the healing die. So if you're unconscious, you don't have an action. And it can't be transferred for someone else. You can't healing die someone else. So that means that you guys got to figure yourselves out of all the danger I put you in. Anyway, so where were we? We were, oh yes. So here's B. Artenberry. B. Artenberry sitting there and watching you guys go through all of her stuff, and just with that general, the enthusiasm of youth, and as you rummage through. So, anything else you guys would like to discuss with her?
Axel's going to pull out several things. Firstly, there's the bird made of lapis. He'll pull out and sort of look at it and look over it, put it aside, go back in and grab something else, which was, I think, an odd stone that seems to permeate energy. And then the last thing would be a book of lore, which is what, he sort of stays on and gets out this book of lore, and he's like, oh, this is interesting. So the book of lore, when you get it out and you open it up,
you realize it's hollow inside. It's one of these ones that had something carved out, and that was placed inside of it. It's one of these secret hiding books, and it just has basically the pages have a big square in the center of it, and where someone has carved out a hiding spot for things. The bird carved out of lapis lazuli, that's what it is. It's bird carved out of lapis lazuli. It's very finely done. It is very nice, well made, but nothing out of the ordinary about it. Nothing. It just sort of seemed to be. And then I'll go back, and when you talk to her about them, I assume this is the more detailed description, and then if you talk to her about them further, I can do that. And then the book of lore. Where is the book of lore?
The book of lore is somewhere at the top. And that was the first thing he
Up
got
at the
out.
top?
The second
Okay.
thing he got out was an odd stone that seems to permeate energy.
And that's like the second thing.
Yeah. The book of lore was the last thing.
Yeah. So So you this stone, it's hot. I mean, it's basically pretty hot. So do you ask her about these 3 items?
No, he sort of looks through them. He gets it, looks at it, puts it down. He gets the stone out. He sort of juggles it a bit. Puts it down, and then gets the book. He's really interested. He opens it, and you just see him deflate as he looks at it, and it's like he's incredibly disappointed, and sort of you see him put it down and sort of slump. And then he looks over and grabs the stone and goes to ask her, what's this? This is interesting. It's hot.
It's a boiling stone. Lets you boil water without a campfire. You just drop it in the pot, and about the same time it takes for water to boil on a campfire, it just brings it to a boil. It's a magical item, so it is on the expensive side. It's about an even trade for the bagpipes.
Well. Sort of he's juggling around. This is really interesting. He looks over to Iska, but you want that book, yeah? You want that book, and he looks a little upset, but he clearly is like, you want the book. He wants you to get the book, really.
You said it was for. It's a boiling stone, so it automatically makes water boil.
Yes.
Iska closes the book because she's been reading it the entire time. Now that she's like that jerk in the bookstore, goes and reads the book, doesn't buy it.
You're one of those people.
She closes it, and no, she looks to Axel and says, "No, it's great. I can use that for tea."
Yeah, tea. Yes,
and
it's really useful. Yeah, and he sort of hands it to her because. Yeah.
I'd call that some even trade if you'd lent the boiling stone.
Deal.
Yep. So you have yourself 1 boiling stone for a trade-in of bagpipes. And she looks
at Axel are literally hot potatoing it back and forth.
Yeah. And so
I
she...
just,
Go ahead.
wow, that's amazing. Just,
Well, she looks at Axel and she goes, "You know I accept gold, too."
No. I'm saving my money. I'm going to get scrolls, and they cost a lot of gold, so I'm going to need that gold. I can't. You can see he's like, I want to buy, but I can't.
Oh, poor Axel. Temptation's a horrible thing.
Yeah.
Anything else that Iska was interested in as she was digging through, or mainly just the book that was familiar? I know that you shared your exploration, but you've had time to go through everything now.
No, I think that caught her eye the most. There were a couple interesting things in there, like the lion mask, like was neat. You know, as we've had talk about tigers and stuff, but I think I'm good. Like the boiling stone is set. We can use that. Axel's interested in it. Iska's going to use that. I think we're set.
And just because she sees Axel and sees you with the lion head thing, she goes, and as you pick up the mask, she goes, "Oh, that's an interesting one." And she goes, "Watch this." And she puts it on her face, and you can see that the lion's, like, it snarls and its eyes move back and forth from side to side, and as though it's as a living lion. And then she puts it down. It's one of my more interesting pieces of art. Yeah, I love that expression because that's exactly... See, I have quite a few interesting things. It's just they all are a bit unique, and sometimes, you have to know that there's a little something extra to them.
Wow, oh man, Iska's taken aback by that, but she realizes already made the trade, and she's also saving all of her gold to pay back Luck. So she's gonna internalize that though. And she tells Madame B, I hope we run into your caravan again someday. I really, really do.
Same. I like all these things, and I really want to buy them, but I can't because, if we run into the caravan, I can buy things from what's his name, with the scrolls, and then we can come back and we can buy things here. And oh yeah, I forgot. And he sort of, he grabs like Iska and starts dragging her up to where he put his hammock, and he just wants to show her the view, basically. When they get there. It's probably a bit late for the sunset now.
Yeah. So I just had this great picture of basically, Iska and Axel sitting side by side, sort of on the hammock, each with their notebooks out, sort of, rocking, over top, we'll say it's low enough that you can actually kind of even dangle your feet in the stream underneath. You kind of dangle your toes. I don't know whether Axel dangles his toes or not, but I bet Iska does.
Tail.
Oh yeah.
Our tail, yeah. As you sort of sit there and the sun goes down, and you guys are just kind of like sketching, writing, and probably occasionally throwing this hot stone back and forth to each other.
I ship it.
Yeah, there you go.
At some point, Luna will is the guy that Luck was talking to the main kind of food person.
Yeah, I mean, he is livestock. He seems to be the one who's cooking. Other people are sort of taking out rations and stuff and doing sort of normal, reheating of dried foods. He seems to be the person who is cooking up stuff fresh. Actually, there's another, the ale and tavern cart, which is down where Celia is also cooking up food as well, and seems to be selling off. They've cooked up a larger, like a goat or a pig, that they are selling off, basically a hot dinner for folks. They have some vegetables they've gotten going as well. But it's sort of a tavern in the wild out there, down there.
I imagine there are a lot more people over by the tavern.
A lot more. That's pretty much where everyone else has ended up this evening, sort of gathered around. You hear them sort of do a little cheer now and then. Typical tavern noises from around there out by the campfire.
Yep, too many people. So she'll walk over to the livestock person.
Okay, so you see Luck and Tohir, the dwarf, sitting there. As you walk up, Tohir sort of gives you looks at you twice, but then just kind of, and doesn't, no real reaction, just sort of gives you a nod that you're welcome to sit down.
Oh, Luna, come, sit. Come on. We're testing out spices.
And you said he had like a rabbit cooking and
Yep, there's actually now 2 rabbits cooking. He had the original one, and then you've got the second one that's probably about halfway done, that they've been experimenting with spices on. And I don't know. So here's a question for you: do you do the second one on a spit, or do you have it in a pot where you're seasoning up a rabbit stew?
One would be a pot. It would definitely be a pot, and I would have actually gotten out the big meat on meat on the bone that I got.
Oh yeah, your big ham bone. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one out, and I popped it on a spit, and that's being.
Yep. So yeah, they're there cooking. You've got some sort of a stew brewing, rabbit stew brewing that's smelling, because of you've got 2 cooks with too many spices. It actually, if you've ever cooked curry before that has like 30 spices, it actually seems to somehow be coming together in a nice smelling sort of curry dish. Between the 2 of them, they've seemed to have actually brewed up a pretty tasty smelling curry, not the coconut kind, but like the spicy kind. You've got this roast rabbit on a spit, which seems to be just good old fashioned salt and pepper, normal rabbit on a spit. And then you've also have this ham bone that is getting sort of roasted up as well. It's immediately obvious to Luna's eye that there is far more food here. You've never seen a dwarf eat, so to you it seems like there is a lot more food here than these 2 guys could eat. But hey, they're having fun.
Gotcha.
And you've seen Luck pack up most anything and have it be available for the next day as well. So
she will point towards the rabbit that's already done and ask, "How much?"
Oh no, the dwarf. That's his original rabbit. Oh no, we're all sharing here tonight. And if you're a friend of Lux, you're a friend of mine. And he puts out his hand and does Tohir Thoba. Nice to meet you, Luna.
Okay, she'll very.
He's got this
slowly,
really grizzled little dwarven hand that just has almost so thick with calluses, his hand barely seems like his fingers would close.
She'll very slowly reach her hand out and then shake it if it's still there.
He probably over enthusiastically still shakes it. I mean, he waits for you. He's a dwarf. He's been around a long time. He's waited for things longer than that. His big beard, which is just giant gray braids that pretty much he kind of has them tucked back into his belt behind his back because it's so long and has all kind of different ornaments in it. He has braids almost like I'd call them like 4 giant cornrows. Really thick cornrows across his head, gray as well, and all sorts of different ornaments and not fancy. I mean, I'd say it's probably like leather thongs and things like that. Again, something that someone who raises livestock would using. He's very proud of his beard and his hair, but he also he doesn't want goat shit on it. Could be a dragon in the ground. So he keeps it, he's got different ways to keep it, bone, sort of like bone needles to pin it up, or, thongs to hold them, doubled and tripled as necessary.
Okay. All right. So in that case, she'll just, slowly sit down and not say much. Just kind of wait.
Again,
Luke's going to be very you don't sort of sit with people very much, but he's going to still be very, very pushy with not pushy, but very enthusiastic with you. He's he gets some he cuts off a bit of ham once it's sort of cooked up, and he tries out some spices he's never even heard, he's never seen or never heard of. He's like, let's try that. It's like, yeah, have a taste. Go on.
And so reach out, eat. Thank you.
So yeah, no, you all having a good time. Luck and Torbear are telling stories. He's talking about all the places that he's been, places, names you've never heard of before. He talks about Torvolia. He talks about Falinari, which you've never heard of before. He talks about having been in West and been in East. He talks about Falcon's Crest, and because I love the city far too much for it not to be my camp. He says he even talks about how one time he's been as far as Vasselheim.
Luna actually looks fairly interested. She's still not engaged in conversation, but she's actively listening.
Okay.
Well, you seem to be being everywhere. I've got to say, dwarves seem like they get one hell of experience in a lifetime.
Ah, well, after 400 years, you do tend to get around a lot. Well, mind you, it was much easier before.
Oh, why is that?
Well, back when we could teleport.
Huh?
You are a young one, aren't you?
I'm human. Besides, to clarify that, but
well, before all this, before the caravans and the vice and traveling around, all the cities were collected.
I grew up in my village. I haven't. I'll be honest. I'm not very diverse in the world.
Well, you'll learn. You'll learn. The world's much more isolated now than it used to be. It used to be far different. Pretty much, well, certainly every city, most every town, even when they were really pressing it, was connected by the teleportation network. The Arcana Mystica had it all set up for us. You could just walk in one side and walk out the other for a charge, but it was worth it. You were able to get where you needed to go right when you needed to get there. Distance meant nothing to anybody. That was 80 years ago now, 75. This old mind, it forgets.
Like my face kind of just like drops, like that's older than me. Sort of like that. And that's just like, no wonder I've never heard of this. Oh, what happened?
What happened? What do you mean, what happened? Everyone knows what happened.
My village, we only hear news on passing travelers. We're very isolated.
Youngsters these days. Well, I forget that news doesn't travel, and people don't travel, news doesn't travel, right? I guess that's the way it is. Well, it was the warlocks, the tieflings. Damn tieflings. Ruined it all for everybody. They, there was a fight. There was this big altercation. Well, it's hard to get into all of it unless I start all the way at the beginning. How much time do you have?
I'm here all night.
Well, the teleportation network, Arcana Mystica, out of Balathara, had for years, eons, probably not eons, older than me, we'll say that. They controlled all transport across the country, all trade, because they had the teleportation network. Their magic created it, or there's rumors that maybe they didn't create it, maybe they just built on top of it. But, regardless, basically you could get from anywhere to anywhere else, you, yourself, your goods, whatever you needed. You just hopped on, paid your price, and off you go. Well, of course, whenever there's money to be made, there's others who want to make it too, right? So, along came Zephyr Consortium. That was a wonderful group. Cheap way to get goods around. Took a bit longer, because, of course, you had to put it on the airships back when we could fly. But once that all went away, we ended up where we are now. Well, isolated, one side against the other with only teleportation again. The Arcana Mystica, of course, now had their monopoly back. Prices were rising, things were getting worse. But those clever gnomes, the Zephyr Consortium, they didn't give up. So they came up with the grand plan to build the Vice. They went out, got a sponsor, and started to dig a road. I say dig because it was hard work, I tell you. And the only people they could get to do the work was the tieflings out of Darixus. They used their warlocks and their magic in order to cut through that forest. Spending every bit of magic they had, they delved far too deep, is what people say. Sending magic across the countryside to reinforce the workers as they dug their way through the Midnight Weald. All the while, the Arcanic Mystica was sending spies and saboteurs through their teleportation network to make sure that the road could never be built. And then, no one knows. People say the warlocks pushed too far. That maybe the Grand Patrons got loose. Something happened. All we know is Darixus was destroyed. Utterly. The entire capital city of the Tieflings wiped off the map. Teleportation network completely unusable. None of the sigils would work, none of the patterns would work, none of the combinations to get anywhere. It was completely destroyed. And the Vice, in the meantime, was finished, but the workers were never found from again.
Like, look gives him, like his face has been changing emotions rapidly through this. It's like intrigue, a bit of confusion here and there, and then leaning back. Would I have ever heard of a thief?
Hey, let's roll it. Give me a history check with disadvantage.
Yep. 15.
You know of tieflings because pretty much, and this goes for everyone knows of tieflings. Well, a little bit about tieflings. If nothing else, then that they ruined the world. Their race has been blamed for pretty much destroying the Golden Age. That through their delving too deep into magic, for their greed, and even helping out with the Zephyr Consortium, destroyed the world. I mean, they are, and so they are known as being demon blood, of being just horrible, a horrible race of people who are so corrupt and so horrible that they destroyed the world because they went too deep into magics that they shouldn't have been delving into. There are slurs that have been, maybe you have heard, maybe didn't know what it was referring to, but over time you'll start connecting that those slurs and names that people call each other as the worst insults of the land are actually basically they're calling you a tiefling.
So, again, all those emotions changing. When he hears tieflings, like his eyebrows raise up and then sort of slowly nods, and then sort of as he comes to the end, he's like, well, to be honest, why are we blaming the tieflings? I can't. They're just people like you and I. Sure, they may have made a mistake, but is that really right to condemn an entire race of people?
He looks at you. He says, I lived 300 years with tieflings as my friends, but you best not say that too loud. Ever. You'll find yourself in a lot of trouble, friend.
This world is a lot more harsh than I first thought it would be. But that does not matter, as I am here now, and I will bring what is right to this world. It may take me my entire lifetime, but it is what I shall do. As he sort of, he picks up some more ham, he's like, but anyway, some more spices, shall we? And as he just gets straight back to cooking.
Cool.
I found my motivation, people.
Would have found somebody that they hate more than her.
Yeah.
It's like found your motivation when they mentioned the voice for the first time, anyway.
I found even more motivation. It's just
Like motivations.
I've got like 5. It's fine.
So, evening passes on. Anything else the party wants to do before they turn in for their long rest?
Maybe I'll try and talk with them a bit more. Like, so how long you been around? I'm about in my 40s now. I again not seen too much. Where you been around then?
As I said, 450 years. World's changed a lot. I guess the thing I missed most, I miss seeing the birds soar high in the air. That was a loss. That was a loss.
Luna, how long have you been around?
I'm not very old. Okay, there we go. I legitimately couldn't remember how old I made.
Yeah.
Like, she's 20 something.
Well, again, in this world, in isolated places, knowing your exact age, I mean, is not the
easy.
science that it is elsewhere.
I just know I'm in my 40s. Really, I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But roughly 40 years have passed. It's not like I keep track of it. So it's like, no. So really old, middle-aged, young. I wonder what the other two are. I know it's just got to be close to the 20s, definitely. But that Axo fellow, it's really hard to tell his age. He's like a cat person.
Tabaxi. They're a fun group to hang out with.
Yes, I saw one pass through my village one time. He only for a day. He camped outside the village, but he just went on his way. Didn't really get to know the fellow, unfortunately. He was very busy, apparently.
Yes, we don't see many of them around much either. There were once quite a lot, but over on this side of the continent, we don't see them very much. It's a shame. Nice people, very nice people.
Yeah, they seem very curious from what I've experienced.
Oh, yes. It's their best asset and their biggest liability. But God bless them. They are fun.
Oh, definitely. I would not trade my time spent with Axel for anything. You know what? I wouldn't trade my time what I've done in my entire life for anything. Maybe more spices.
There's a man after my own heart. And he takes a big slurp of what has turned into a fabulous rabbit curry because you each keep throwing extra spices in. So it's like this 35 spice, rabbit curry that is incredibly edible because it could have gone the other way. But it turns out that it is just amazing. And at this point, I don't know if y'all have ever cooked curry before. You can smell this curry probably all over the village, all over the campsite, all over camp. And Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. Iska and Axel can smell it because y'all are pretty close by. Um,
Suddenly realized I'm hungry. It's like, wait, we haven't had any food. I'm hungry.
so what? So what? Axel looks to Iska. Iska looks to Axel, and are like,
Food. Do you want food?
Yeah, there's got to be a moment of just like we've been writing stuff on random topics now for like hours and have not done any self care. We should go catch up with those guys.
Yeah.
So
so we'll
you
say that
recognize those spices and we'll go. Yeah.
yeah, we'll say that y'all come up probably pretty much close. Not you miss the very beginning of his story, but you probably only missed like the very first couple of little bit of it. But you heard about the time he said we're going to be here all night. Is probably about the time you all wandered up, and y'all, the two of y'all being there, that it's a story. Probably pretty much, we'll just say you sat down in silence. So to make this up, so y'all heard that as well. Yes, pretty much. And y'all are welcome to interact however you would like after hearing the story and that last little bit of conversation.
Well, Axel's sort of going like, you need tabaxi? Did you know like lots of tabaxi?
And at this point, you both kind of sort of snuck up behind him, so he didn't realize y'all were back there. And he looks over and goes, "Oh, there they are. Yeah, I knew quite a few tabaxi back in my time. Ventured with one once, but not for very long. As they tend to go their own way after they've hung around for a little bit, we'll say."
I like traveling. I like going around, but these are my friends. So I'm going to stay with my friends. Did you know, like, in any groups on caravans? The ones in caravans?
Let's see.
Stand by.
I can't say that I do, boy. I was often doing my own adventuring, and just like you lot, would pass through then head on my way. So, tabaxi caravans also don't stay on the main roads, I've found, and very rare to bump into one, as unless you just happen to cross paths when they're far afield, and you happen to be far afield as well.
Yes, I was told that. Yes. Yeah.
I want to ask him. Did you know any people like Luna?
Oh, the Children of the Lost? Well, yeah. Yeah. They've been popping all over recently. Last, I'd say 30 years or so, it seems. They've seen from the halls of kings seems down to the hovels of peasants. Seems that they've been popping up. All sorts of stories and superstitions about that as well. I don't give any of it the time of day. I know that before 30 years ago, there certainly weren't any of them. Not all of them were like her either, you know.
Oh, that's
What's it mean?
Well, she's water. She's one of the water children. There are fire children, and the wind children, and the earthen children as well. There's rumors that there's even others. Never seen them, though.
Dancing children? Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
He just sort of nods. He laughs because he's a dwarf, and he thinks it's funny. Oh, luck. The simple pleasures.
Yep, I'm a simple man. But anyway, more curiosity. Where do they come from? Where do they go?
No one knows. And, I mean, well, we know where the early ones went to. They went to the grave. They were killed. Midwives, all sorts. I mean, when you're a human or an elf or a dwarf even, and suddenly you have a baby that comes out with either green or blue skin, and or with their hair that truly burns like fire. They're considered to be cursed, and then for a while, once they got past thinking they were cursed, everyone thought they were contagious. So then there was a giant culling about 20 years ago. Mass graves in all the cities. Children, no more than 7, some 12, brought out to the squares as a spectacle, thrown on a pyre, screaming and wailing. It was horrible time. That temple of purity. Their priests, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it.
At the words Temple of Purity, Luna just very quietly gets up and walks away.
Like, you can actually see Luke having, like, a contemplation within himself after, like, here. It's just like, this world has such hatred for people who they don't even know. Like, children don't even, most children don't even get to choose what they wear each day, let alone choose what they can do or not. Why do people judge so heavily on the simple outskirts of a vessel of the soul?
Well, you answer that, my friend, and we'll have all the peace we'll ever need. But there's always been hatred. There's always been good as well. You can look around here, and y'all aren't far from where the hammock was. And Tohir looks up and looks around at the wagons, and you see B over there and Naomi. You see Celia over by the ale cart, and you notice the guy who's walking around there, has skin pretty much black as ebony. You see a half elf, you see a gnome over by the glass cart. You see Stroth, who's a paladin that you all met earlier with the scroll cart, and you see them laughing and talking, and Liam sort of walking around from place to place, shaking hands, as the leader of the caravan, making sure everyone's set up for the night. He goes, there can be great evil and great pain and sorrow, but this right here, under the stars, by a campfire, it's what us caravanners believe in. Sure, teleportation, you can make lots of money and get lots done just as quick as that. Hop from Balathra to Vasselheim to Highmount to Falinari, all in the same day if you wanted to. Pick up and drop off goods. People were trading so quickly they never even spoke to one another. But now, when it takes you 3 months just to get from Highmount up to Stone Anvil, you get to know people. I get to know you. I get to know my friends here in the caravan and their wagons and their hopes and their dreams. I think you talked about how you're here for adventure. The conveniences are the death of adventure. I'll take a little inconvenience now and then. That's where you're going to find the good in this world.
Like, you can sort of actually Luke doesn't have anything to say off that. He just nods his head in agreement. Like normally Luke would make some smart comment or some comment to add on to it, but Luke, it's like anything Luke wanted to say about this, he just nods his head and agrees. Quite so indeed. Iska is gonna turn to Luck and Axel and look in the direction Luna just walked off in and say, should we go, or is it branch time? Should we give some space?
I think for now, it is best not to fly. Privacy is. But but I think we should give time and build up to it.
Maybe if we tell Celia can go talk to Luna, because Celia knows what it's all about. So maybe we tell Celia, and she can go find Luna.
I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna say that Kel,
Yeah.
who was sort of, he was around for this. He'd come back from his foraging, and same as Luna, decided not to go to the big ale cart. The tavern cart came here, and he's been listening to this as well. And he gives her a moment to get ahead, and then you see him you almost don't even notice that he gets up and just quietly goes, without a word, without a touch, just kind of stands beside her. So as Kel, what does Luna do if he just comes up and just stands beside her? Does she keep walking, or does he walk silently beside her? I don't know exactly what you're doing after you left. You're muted.
Muted.
She just wants to get far, kind of further down the stream, and without kind of just peeking over her shoulder, time alone is best now.
He just sort of nods to you. He doesn't even say anything. Just nods, and he turns around and walks back up to camp. But again, with his tattoos and natural coloring, you lose track of him pretty quickly. He actually, though, is going to watch over you, leave you alone, plenty of distance. But he is not going to leave you alone this night without someone watching over you.
And she's just, I think she's just gonna, again, kind of quietly, take her shoes back off, roll her pants off, leave her feet in the water, and just kind of stare out at nothing.
Okay. Like I said, Kel will just sit there and sort of is going to watch over, not interrupt, not intrude even visually by noise. If anyone knows how to be quiet in a forest, it's Kel. So that's that. So we go back to the campfire. Any final thoughts or any more we want to do there?
I'm good.
No, I'm saying with
that
Axel,
was really
Axel,
good.
Luck, and Iska, yeah.
No,
you're muted. You're muted, Templar.
Yeah. No, I'm back. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I can't.
I've got nothing to add.
Yeah, I don't.
I think it ended great. Yeah.
I think it's kind of just finish off my meal, set up the bed, and probably do the occasional.
Yep. So, yeah, Luck cleans up his the area. Takes out different pieces of sort of waxed cloth that he can use to sort of portions out sort of leftovers between himself and Tohir, since he did thing, and some of it Tohir's like, oh no, that was yours, you keep this, and I'll take some more of the curry, and so doing the normal chef thing type idea. Axel, I assume you head back over to your hammock.
He'll probably head back to the hammock.
And once Bird gets back, we'll see. I assume Iska's going to set up somewhere. We'll just see where she ends up for the night and doing. So where do you end up for the night, Iska? Do you head back towards the hammock and set up close by? Do you stay close to Tohir's wagon? Where do you want to set up?
No, I think I'll head back closer to the hammock where Axel is, and I think as the night goes on, as we start to pass out, it's just close enough that if either of them gets an idea as they're drifting off, they can kind of whisper it to the other one, or be like, oh, but what if this, or just kind of little whispers right before bed.
Gotcha.
As just kind of think about stuff.
The cool sleepover, the sleepover talk. The lights are out. Y'all are in your sleeping bags. But we'll say that looking up at the stars and between the two of you, it's probably an hour before finally quiet falls over from that little section. The campfires get low. They're banked so that they're still going to keep a little bit of light and heat. You do hear the guards, making their rounds, making sure everyone's safe, and sort of see torches move around the perimeter. But with that, we'll say that the night falls. You wake up the following morning to having all the benefits of having a long rest. In addition, for the last 2 sessions, all of you have your experience points that you earned, which I believe levels everyone in the party. So if you'll switch over to your other sheets. So as we talked about, the way we're going to do this is, there is a mechanic that, I'm not really a mechanic, but I want to hear a little bit about what either brought you, your character is doing that, I'll say earns them, that enlightens them to the new skills that they have discovered. Especially a lot of you are making level 3, which means there's big things that have occurred. Some of you had big things that happened at level 2, but maybe new spells, new things like that. So we'll let you guys go through that. As you do find out in the morning, you see a lot of, as you all wake up, the camp starts to come to wake up. You see lots of folks who are actually doing their morning rituals, but a lot more actually seem to be unpacking clothes, coming down well downstream and washing lots of clothes. You see that Knack has actually fired up his forge and seems to be working on metalwork. People seem to sort of be settled in a little bit for the morning, certainly. There's lots of people, sort of beating out rugs. This is not the wake up and get on the road. It seems to be that certainly with fresh water, some cover. Obviously, this clearing has been used by the morning light. You can tell this is not, oh, we just found a clearing. This seems to be, Morgan's Creek seems to be someplace where a lot of caravans sort of take a stop to do, the necessities when you're not, when you're a mobile town. There's wagons to be aired, inventory to be done, reorganizing things, repacking anything that's shifted in flight, in the overhead bins, all that type of stuff. So you see a lot of that going on. And so you awake, and I'd probably say it's going to be a toss-up between Luna and Axel. Actually, all 3 of y'all. Actually, let's just do me a favor, let's do an initiative roll. Not that you're about to go into combat, but just to see how your morning goes. I was going to say that it was going to be Luna who'd be woken up first because people doing their laundry, in the stream, but you're hanging over the stream and you're right next to the stream. And, so other than luck, so we're just going to have it go in the order of initiative. Golly, guys, what is up with the rolls this time? You know what? We have not rolled a single natural 1 yet.
You said it. You've said it.
I know I said it, but
said it.
Even that's not going to jinx it, because by this point in our last session, I think we had a dozen that we had rolled.
Yeah.
Probably.
And then we got 3 net 20s in a row. So
Also, yes, and the
hard rolling above a 5 last week.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So
And today
I
we're
see
just like,
Luna,
yeah.
Iska, hidden, luck. Let's see an initiative roll just to see what order.
Oh,
Boom.
It's probably going to be Luna who wakes up.
yeah, I'll just go last.
Okay. Because I know actually you've got work to do. So, Luna, describe your morning and sort of how you're spending this time and how it might things that you might have learned with your little bit of travel with these folks. I can hear you. I just need to step away for a second. I will be right back. Go ahead and.
Gotcha. So I imagine, Luna's, wakes up early, raring to go, and honestly, more so than usual because she realizes she's gotten a little too comfortable. Last night's story reminded her of that. So, and as I was mentioning yesterday, she was trying to practice her aiming last night with the water droplets and how fast she could do it, which sort of helped her to realize maybe that might be a useful skill with dodging things like arrows or other ranged projectiles. Practicing catching those. So that kind of realization, and then while she's doing as she normally does, practices with water and everything, figuring out that her affinity for water has grown, and now she can not only mold the water but create it, as it were.
Cool. That's awesome.
Right.
And remind me, do you get something also from the choice that you made?
Yes, I do. So, Luna's very used to trying to blend in, not stand out, and interact with people as little as possible. So things like, I won't let it passing without trace, kind of come a little naturally to her.
Yeah.
Style, I suppose that doesn't go the same way. So learning how she's finally getting to the point where she's being able to use her key to do the same thing, because her mentor, she trained with him, just trying to get her to this point, but she just couldn't mold her key well enough. So her practice has finally paid off in being able to do some things if she concentrates really hard.
Gotcha. Cool. So so all those things, certainly her practice has helped her. Has certainly helped her and made her more adept at grabbing things out of the air. And the big thing that she has learned traveling with these noisy folks is she's been very observant and seeing how they move, and able to sort of spread out her key that she has been developing, because it's cost key to do pass without trace. That you can actually, because you've known your party so well now, or have observed them so well now, that Iska's going to run off and do this, or Axel might do something else, or Iska might be humming to herself, that you actually can spread your key out amongst them and basically somewhat silence their sounds when necessary, so that they are able to pass quietly as a group.
Mm-hmm. I could have kept the bagpipes. This is ridiculous.
I don't think anything can cover up the bagpipes. Yes,
no.
That's yes.
Bagpipes negate.
Yes, her one weak spot, her one weakness. She cannot cast Pass Without Trace on someone playing bagpipes. So cool. So that is Luna's morning. So we'll say that's as you wake up and sort of your night of contemplation sort of also has spurred yourself that it's a dangerous world and you still need to protect yourself. And that has reminded you of that as well.
Absolutely. So she's gotten too comfortable. It's like it is real. It's there.
Yeah. So go ahead, Iska. Tell us a little bit about your morning.
Sure. Iska has a lot of dreams throughout the night. The case that she found reminded her much of her original learnings of music, and she also dreamt of all the situations this party has gotten itself into recently. So the biggest thing that stood out was both this conflict that she had. It was resolved really quickly, but this conflict with Axel at first, where she was very worried about approaching him afterwards. This conflict between Luck and Celia, where Iska was afraid of things kind of falling apart already in this party. But luckily that was resolved. And then emboldened last night by Luck's words on wanting to end some of that intolerance, bring people together, of make people realize that not everyone is, not everyone of a specific race, class. It's not fair to do that. She has picked up a tune which she hopes will be able to calm emotions. So her second level spell is going to be Calm Emotions. If she can play a little ditty that will hopefully alleviate some tension, release some conflict, or bring people down. Also, seeing that case has made her think back, like I said, to her original musical learnings. And this is where she is going to pick up her Bardic College. And that's going to be College of the Maestro, which is all about buffing your party members or debuffing enemies. And specifically what she's going to learn is, let me look up the names of them real quick. She's going to learn a new tune called Resonance, very much inspired by their encounter with the Vice lately, after Axel rolled that nat 1 and everyone's weapons were infused with powers of the Vice. Much like that, Iska learns a song that can now empower a weapon of one of her allies or one of hers, and it can add lightning damage to it. So, she plays a very frantic melody that somehow boosts a weapon's damage with lightning damage. She's also, after seeing both Luck and Kel go down in the last battle at the same time, she would have had to pick one of them to save, and that's an impossible decision for her to make. So she's learned based on all of her party's triumphant song called the Majestic Anthem. And once per day, I can use one of my Bardic Inspiration die to play a song and give everyone a d6 plus my charisma, so plus 5 temporary hit points for a round. So in case a situation like that happens again, I can play a really killer melody and hopefully bring everyone back at least for a little bit so they can take care of themselves, get out of danger, or do something cool. And that's it for Iska, I think. You are muted, I think.
I am muted. So, Iska, through the night, that case has just been on your mind. It has been permeating your thoughts, and you can't get it out of your head, and because you know that it means something, that something is it's a whole new type of music. It is undiscovered. It's a mystery. It is everything that and a performance that is beyond anything that she's aware of that anyone else can do. Which is that. So I need you to roll me a D9. I now need you to roll me 3 more D9s.
Two, 4, 6.
8.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Who do we appreciate?
Hey, Iska.
Iska. So you open up the case again, and it's interesting. You had only looked at this first one, that you'd gotten a couple of notes out of it, and you just you're frustrated. And unlike all the other times that you'd done it, instead of closing it back up, you actually close it the other direction. And then realizing what you've done, you're kind of like, you want to get it sorted out so you can store it again. And you open it up, and you see not that first piece of music, but the second piece of music that is within this chorus of the Muses. And you can make sense of it. You think you might know how to play this. You need to do me a performance check.
This is gonna be the net one. I just know it.
I'm terrified that this is where the nat 1 comes in.
Yeah, sorry.
So I do have that donation 20.
Okay.
And I am going to use that nat 20 right here and now for this check.
Mark it off. And Iska is shaking because of what she knows is pretty much ahead of her. That this is kind of everything she's dreamed of, and also terrifying that she might not live up to this new way of playing. And she draws her bow across and then back again and then again. And as she does that, she begins to hum that sixth line on the staff, so that the music is intertwining with her voice, so that they combine and twist together into a music unlike anything that she's ever heard or experienced before. It is though Cranky Old Mage is now following. Sorry.
That was the secret.
Clearly.
There you go, guys.
It is, as she is playing this, it is as though time itself is unwinding around her. She is hearing and creating voices of the past, of history, of the depths of time itself seem to be captured in the intermingling of these voices, of this music that she is making. And as she does so, a tune begins to arise. And from that tune, stand by, and from that tune, this is yes. And from that tune becomes not just a tune, it is an aria, like an opera itself. It is a longing, passionate piece of music. You should now see inside of your handouts Cleo's aria and what it does. Cleo is one of the muses, by the way.
Should I read this?
Yeah, it's up to you. Would you like to share with the party?
I'm still reading it myself. One sec here.
You can see the excitement on his face. Right.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
What is it?
I think maybe I'll save this so I can do that and people can see it instead.
So
Okay.
Cleo is the muse of history. And so she basically affects things, so that reaches back into the past to make them become realized in the now. So, in your excitement of playing this and hearing it echo through, in fact, around you, it's weird, people seem to have stopped all throughout the camp as they heard this haunting music that seemed to come from the depths of time itself, time immemorial. A song, an ancient song, being played. You look back down at the scroll. In excitement, you open next one deeper in, and this one you can't understand. But then you get to the fourth one, and while it's different from before, it does seem that you might be able to play this. I need you to make a performance check.
Advantage.
You're gonna wipe out it's like, you're welcome to.
All the donations, all of them.
15.
This one, unlike the other one that just seemed to resonate within you, this one, you start to play it, you start trying to piece it together. You get a little frustrated, and you go back and start again from the beginning, and it starts to coalesce. Which one is this? Stand by. This one is a ballad. It is a beautiful, slow-moving ballad that seems to bring up images of all different types of people, of different archetypes. It is the only way you were able to actually piece this together is because all of these new and different people that you have experienced over the last couple of days. It is a song of every man, a ballad of every person, of different archetypes and individuals. It captures your impressions from the stories that you heard about the Vice and the people who might be traveling through it. It even captures the horror of the description of what the Temple of Purity did. And you will find within your handouts now Thalia's ballad. I'm trying to decide whether I should show these to the stream or not, because I know you guys like to watch it afterwards. I think I'm going to keep it secret. I don't think I ever showed the runes to the stream, so it's similar to Axel's. So I'm not going to. Y'all are going to get to discover it on the stream when they do.
And I feel bad about not immediately sharing these things, but in character, Iska wants to. No, I'm letting you know, like, what's in Iska's mind is that she wants to show what this can do to the party. She wants the party to experience this. She wants this to be a spectacle when it happens. And character and player are so incredibly excited to whip these out when we can. Oh man, I'm so stoked.
I told you I had a fun night last night. I'm going to tell you all about what happened tomorrow. So,
wow,
it ain't over yet, buddy. This one, it's interesting. As you look from person to person around the caravan, you can almost capture. There's almost a piece of music that fits each and every one of them, and it brings joy to your heart to see that you're able to capture these people and weave it into a song that so perfectly describes them. So you close down the music again. The fifth one, no clue. You open up the sixth one. and you think you can understand this one. This is far more complex than any of the others that have come before. I need you to roll a performance check.
I love those dice gods today.
So, this piece of music is like nothing you've ever experienced, ever even thought could exist. It is so far beyond anything. This isn't just an aria like Cleo's that you did. This is not a ballad like Thalia's. This is an opera. It is this incredible piece of music where before you were dealing with individual notes, now the runes are chords, which I found out from our friend Tunarth is phenomenally difficult on a violin to be able to put these together. Even with your roll, you start and stop and start and stop, but over the course of an hour, you finally begin to play this. Your music, your singing is, you almost have to sing 3 different parts and sometimes at once. In fact, you have to actually modify this a little bit so that you're trading off parts between your violin and using your violin as a voice, and that you're singing the violin parts, that you're trading back and forth between voice and instrument, weaving this incredible opera around yourself and your instrument. As you're doing this, literally the entire camp comes to a standstill because no one has ever heard anything like this. Even some of these more well-traveled people, even the dwarf who has lived 450 years, actually is mouth agape as he hears this sound. You have learned Polyhymnia's opera, which is one of the most powerful pieces of music that you know of or could ever imagine.
It's on a D9. Good job. Sorry, this is incredibly overwhelming. Wow. Yeah. Do I finish playing the song? Do I look around and notice people?
Yes, you notice. I mean, at this point, before, with your first one, with Leo's aria, people came to a stop, look at what they're doing. It was interesting. With Thalia's, no one stopped or did anything. But it was funny as the ballad moved through its different little ditties. It was funny. It was almost as though the people were walking to the music, but they never stopped what they were doing. It was almost in their background music. When you finish this, you look up from this piece of music you've been playing. All 40 members of the caravan are silent in a circle around you. The guards, everyone. Your party members are there. There are no sounds of there's animals. You actually, frogs stopped croaking, birds stopped singing, and they all are looking at you.
Okay, I finish the song and I look around and I see all this, and I kind of take that in for a moment. And even though there's no sound, Iska is just going to imagine that there are applause happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
These guys are everyone's dumbstruck.
yep. And she'll call out.
I actually will say that Luck probably does do just that. He's the only one.
Appropriate.
She'll call out and say, "The name's Iska. Iska Toll. And you'll remember this day for the rest of your lives." And she reaches into her pack and she looks at that invitation to that performance or that party.
Yep.
And she just smiles and looks back up and says, "It won't be the last time you hear that name."
Jordan would be so proud of you. Great performance and branding. Yes.
There you go.
Bobo! Bobo!
So, Axel, being a wizard, do me an Arcana check.
I'm coming after that. I'm just like, what am I gonna do?
During the performance of that last song, your vision became almost engulfed by the song, and you were actually able to see it. You were able to see the magic emanating from Iska and from her violin and from her voice. And you... Skagith! Hey, D12 inspiration to Iska from Skagith. Thank you for the donation for playing that wonderful piece of music. Wait till you see what it does. But you've never seen something quite like this, Axel. And roll me a d6.
Is it 3?
Followed by an intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
You actually take 3 points of psychic damage because in an instant you are able to realize that this magic is as old and ancient and as powerful as your runes. While totally different, it comes from this same primal ancient source. Thank you. Good guy for that.
He's actually stopped, which is remarkable. So he's actually still like entirely for once in his life, and he's like like eyes wide, his tail is like straight in the air, but it's not going anywhere. It's not flicking anywhere. It's just like he's just staring, like totally blown away. He's not thinking of anything except listening to this music and her magic as well. It's like primal. It's it has a primal effect. He is totally gone. He's not. You would have to like push him around a bit to get him to wake up effectively. So he's wow.
So with that, the camera moves away from Iska, and I guess actually that's perfect segue to Axel. How's your morning going?
Well, I mean, before that happens, before that actually happens, he had his dreams. So he had, he went to bed with his brain powered by their discussions just before he went to sleep. He was probably half asleep when he was talking about half of this. So he has a lot of interesting dreams, and of course his usual portents, which I've already rolled for. But
all right.
He has his usual portents, but as usual, there are always bits and pieces in there, and there's one particularly large piece that he has just before he wakes up, and there's like this moment of, I've got it. It's like almost a eureka, almost. It basically jumps out of the hammock, splashes into the creek. He doesn't really mind, landing on his feet and stuff, not really minding. Runs over, gets his book, and writes this down, and then starts flipping through it, and like, I know this. He's looking through his books and all his dream notes for like the last year or more, and he's piecing this together, and he's like, I know this. He goes back to his belongings. He gets out the identify scroll. He puts on the ground. He gets he gets the little the mirror, the bathroom mirror. He doesn't open it, but he puts it there, and he's looking over, and he's like, I know this. And basically, he's going to spend basically the whole time notes, incantations, actions that and then there's like 6 million different combinations, and he's piecing this together over the next while until basically Iska's song kicks in and like, cuts him in the middle of it. But he's in this middle of this process of like, I got it. Particularly in figuring out the spell that he will use, which is what he has seen. And he's using all this knowledge that he's putting together, and so he goes into that, and then he's like, and for the first few songs, he's sort of like he's listening, but he's he has this he's still writing, but he's listening, and then for the I think for the like it gets more and more interested in the song and the music until the very last one where he just goes still and is broken. And
so. With your wizard going to level 3, basically a couple new spells, and
so that was him figuring out. That was mostly him figuring out locate object and gentle repose. So
awesome.
He manages to work somewhere while he was distracted by her singing. He managed to work in the rune, not necessarily as a magic as magic on its own, but the knowledge sort of him gets from it. So it's like,
we could even say that just as the song inspired you and your runes and their abilities, that you were able to that's what helped you to make those connections. So Luck.
So Luck's morning it's pretty usual. The normal wake up, pack away his bedroll. Actually, his bedroll currently is a displacer beast hide. That's what he's currently using as his bedroll.
Okay.
It's surprisingly warm. Lots of fur.
and gutty.
I'm very gutty, but he's done the secret trick of bedroll, then displacer beast over the top to make himself look a bit cooler.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. But when he wakes up, perhaps probably finishes off some leftovers of the stew. As he sort of does hear Iska, and he's like, as he's packing away, and then sort of as the songs go through, like a bit like Axel, he gets more and more interested, and he sort of goes over, and by the end of it, he's just blown away. just out the clap, and I assume like people are still pretty flabbergasted after that, and
Yes.
begins to get this headache, like it's a burning headache. His eyes begin to change sort of the color a bit more. Like they're normally this very yellow emberish color, and they sort of begin to pulsate. His eyes begin slowly to bloodshot. His hand, he sort of his entire just it almost feels like he's going through a hemorrhage, like as his heart rate begins to increase and he can feel it through his chest, like as he sort of walks off into the forest, sort of getting away from everyone. Just, he's trying to cover up. He's like, if anyone asks any questions, he's just like, I'm off to the toilet sort of thing.
Right.
He just does this sort of this usual walk off, but there's like his eyes are just bloodshot as he goes into the forest, and he sort of like crouches down, and he's feeling very sort of almost like just feeling very not himself. And sort of he's trying to sort of, his mind is sort of rushing all over the place currently, like it's going from sort of thinking about his past to sort of the certain things he's done to become a blood hunter or to be sort of in the situation he is now. Those sort of memories begin to flash into his mind again. Some memories that he would rather not like to remember. Sort of, and he sort of, like his mind is sort of rushing all over the place as he sort of pulls out this his cooking book with all his recipes in, which again his wife probably provided with him, which is, and he's sort of flicking through it as he's trying to just regain. Okay, I'm here. I'm now. This is where I am right now. I'm not that sort of thing. As he does so, he cuts his finger on one of the pages, and blood begins to trickle into sort of the page. As it does so, the same sort of red lightning he does with his weapon begins to light up this page, and this page sort of full of cooking recipes sort of highlights certain letters and things, and it begins to highlight almost recipes of potions he can consume, and these potions, it comes back to him almost like these are things that he knows how to make because they've been part of a way of becoming what he is, but there's something he's tried to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
And then he sort of begins to remember that they're in a world full of dangers. He remembers the talk of the vice and how people can be easily killed there. How there is such unjust in the world that people are judged by just the outward appearance or because they have certain blood running through them. He begins to remember all these facts. The facts that he remembered when he was straightened down by the displacer beast with a horrible gash, and his faith begins to waver. He begins to remember, like, if I want to protect it, he actually thinks, like, he says this to himself, if I want to keep this family safe, I must delve deeper. As he begins to read sort of these lightened up words, and he now sort of understands his alchemy a bit better. These potion creations that he's just tried to avoid for such a long time, but being exposed to this new situation, he's having to choose to take on. That's and I learn 3 potions. I am able to learn 3 alchemical potions, which are for blizzards.
Yep. Very cool. And so I need you to roll 2d20 with advantage.
Okay. I think that's a 20 right there.
Yeah, it is. I need you to roll another d20, please.
Okay. 10.
As you're doing this, you're flipping through the book and you're thinking about the danger involved, and you become more and more stressful about it. And as the blood goes down the page, you see these different ingredients highlighting themselves, and you realize these are things that you need to have. You have to have these. These are things that by all costs you must have these, because I need you to roll a D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need you to roll a D6.
He's gonna get that natural one by gum.
Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's
Whoa.
two.
You have a special connection with Iska. You always have. But it was interesting. The words of the dwarf last night really affected you about the tabaxi and how rare they were and what a wonderful joy they brought to the life. You must protect Axel. It has become incredibly important to you. And as these new powers come into you, as these new abilities to be able to use these potions, you become fixated on this, that the tabaxi must be protected, and specifically Axel must be protected. And I need you to reduce your sanity score by 1.
Shit. How much was it by?
By 1. Just 1 point down.
Just by 1. Okay.
That's not good.
And you are overprotective of Axel.
I didn't expect this to happen so soon.
Dude, we talked about the mechanics, and
we
you
did,
rolled
but, like,
you rolled a 20 on your
20.
sanity check, which is the worst thing you can
But-
roll because it's high.
It's
You
high.
don't want high.
I don't. I saw the 20 and like everything sank from there. I was like, oh god, this is not good. I saw it and it was just no. I don't know if you guys saw, but I physically sank in my seat at that moment.
It's very interesting. That's scary, man.
Hey, there's good things in this world and there's bad things in this world. So yeah, welcome to level 3, Luck.
No, it's begun. It's begun.
Oh yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, level 3. It's begun. Oh god. Oh, the cat's out of the bag now. Yeah, looks not exactly happy-go-lucky all the time.
Yeah, I think I remember talking about this out of character before as well.
Huh.
Anyway,
So anyway, that's y'all's morning. Everyone else, so each of you have your own morning that unfolded a little bit differently. And so how do you go about? Liam does sort of see your party, lets you know that they're probably going to be planning on leaving sometime in the early afternoon to be ready and packed up. But you've got probably, it's y'all pretty much got up with the sunrise. It's probably 7 a.m. So you probably have a good 4 or 5 hours here around the camp. Actually, y'all's morning activities. Luna's practicing, Iska's doing her song, all that sort of stuff. Luck wandering off, and we'll say not only finding the recipes, but actually harvesting some of the ingredients that you need. So we'll say actually it's probably more around 9 a.m. So you probably have 2 to 3 hours before everything pulls out. So what's y'all's next move?
Oh, the first thing to do is to go to my best friend, of course, Axel. As yeah, Luke sort of comes out of the forest later on. He's pretty boisterous right now. He's big smile still, as he sort of he jogs his way over to Axel and he says, "Axel, how are you doing?"
Oh, I'm wonderful. I found out these new spells. And did you hear Iska? Iska's music was amazing. It was wonderful. Oh my gosh, it was so beautiful.
It was wonderful. You've been wandering around a bit lately, though, haven't you?
I always run around. You always find new things wandering around. Yeah.
Yes, but could you try and avoid straying from the path a little bit more than you usually do? It's just that as we get further down, there's more dangers that we're not 100% sure of as we've seen. It would just be comforting and smart if we, moved a bit closer together instead of you running off out of sight every once in a while.
Well, I'm always close. I don't run that far. I'm always close. I can hear you. I know you're there. I can.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're older than me. Yeah. Okay. Look, this is my spell here, and it basically starts to show you. All these
Luke begins to look over the book. He has no clue what it says, but he does do the nodding as you try to explain. And he's like, yes.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is how it works, and this is the incantation. These are the hand movements, and I think this is what I need to do it. I haven't tried them yet, but I think these are the components that I need to use.
How do you know they're safe?
Oh, because when I use them later, when I use them, they're safe. Does that make sense? Because I know I have used them, but I have used them before.
I can see where you come from, kind of.
Yeah. I dreamed that I did it before, but I'm doing it after, and so I will know that I have will, and will have. It's complicated.
It sounds it. We've got plenty of time on the boat together. I'm sure you can clarify it throughout that time. Or just, I've always got your back, remember?
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Luck. I'm your friend, right? Yeah, we're friends.
Of course we're friends. Oh, he gives him a big look back, lifting him up in the air.
All right. Yeah.
So cool. So Iska, I'm going to pick up with you. You just finished playing the opera. You did everyone's going to see you. So everyone, after you say your speech about, and you're going to remember me, where do you go? What's next? What's next for Iska?
I think after that speech, she walks off calmly and coolly and collected back to where the hammock was at, and as soon as she gets behind a tree, she falls to the ground giddy and shaking, and is just so ecstatic and everything, but had to give the performance of oh, I'm a cool artist and I'm used to this thing. But she is ecstatic right now. This is all she's ever wanted in her life, was to perform beautifully and perform for people. So she's well on her way to doing that. She gets out that invitation again and just stares at it with this massive smile on her face, and it's almost obsession, that she's just looking at this thing and dreaming big. She's heard for a long time since she was young that from her mother that her father was this amazing storyteller, amazing artist, that the reason he couldn't be around in her life is because he had to travel to tell stories, and now she's getting the chance to do it, and thinks this is what her life has been leading to. And for a brief second, actually does feel this connection to her father that she's never really had, because she imagines this is what he feels like when he performs.
So as you do that, I need you to roll a d8.
7. How's my sanity?
Your sanity's fine. Unfortunately, your head feels like it's about to explode. You take 7 points of psychic damage. As you finally, as the adrenaline passes, your head arches back. You look up into the sky. Your jaw drops almost in a scream, and your eyes roll back up into your head. You hear the music from Cleo's song playing in your head, and from Cleo's aria playing in your head, and with certainty, you know your own history is going to catch up with you. And you see a vision of 3 hounds sniffing around the entrance to the vault of the Pious Paladin. And it flashes in front of you, and you see them then fighting some sort of weird fey creature, and then lying there dead, and then reborn as an even more terrifying looking dog, and then they put their noses to the ground and start following a scent on the ground. That flashes away. Another vision crosses your eyes, and you see somewhere, you're not sure where, it's a crowded room with very well-dressed people, and everyone starts laughing hysterically and pointing at something, but you can't just figure out what. That goes away. And that was while you were hearing in the background the ballad. And then the opera starts to build in your head. And you hear that music and hear what it says to you. And someone you know is going to die. And your vision comes back, and you find yourself leaning against the tree, breathing heavily.
I'm shaken. That was literally my highest point in my entire life. And now this is probably my lowest point in my entire life. I went from knowing that I was going to succeed at my lifelong dream to being terrified of what's coming for me, to having this fear that all those people laughing, I don't know what they're laughing at, but what if it is me? And now the idea that someone I care about is going to be hurt, killed, has me totally deflated. Totally broken for a second. As I'm completely confused and outrageously exhausted from this gauntlet of emotions I just ran. And confused, terrified. I think I'll put my head in my hands, kind of succumb to that head pain that I'm typically used to, but in this case not, and just tears start rolling down my face.
Axel, she's near the hammock, which is where you've been spending your morning. You witness this in every way that she's described it. The elation of her behind the tree and seeing the joy on her face as she takes out the invitation, and then her head arch back and slam against the tree, and then you see her come out of it shaken and with this most awful expression you've ever seen of someone who's just had their most magical moment stolen from them. And now she's crying, weeping for what she feels she has lost.
Sorry, it's difficult for me. Right. So Axel sort of he's gonna sort of, you know, when she's there, he's gonna give her time. He's gonna be happy for her. He's just tails looking back and forth as she's like smiling and really happy for herself, and he's happy for her, of course. You know, he's still sort of a bit dazed from the music, and then he sees the change, and yeah, he's worried. He gets closer. He doesn't say anything until like she comes back and she starts crying, and immediately he's like right in front of her, and he's sort of got her shoulders and says, Iska, "Are you okay? What's wrong? What happened? What wrong? Your music?"
It's the hounds. It's the laughter. It's the hound. Is it going to be worth it? I wish I'd never learned that song. And she looks to you and just keeps repeating the phrase. Is this going to be worth it? Should we even travel? No, you should stay away. You all need to stay. No. And she's just kind of frantically, you're picking up, I guess, phrases every once in a while, but it's just repeated phrases out of context.
And he does pick up a couple of things. I picked up a couple of things, and he's like, "No, we're traveling together. You, me, everyone else. We're all going to be together. Your music is beautiful. It's wonderful. Everyone is going to love it. I loved it. I mean, I can't even remember. It was amazing." And it's like he's right up in her face, and he's like desperately. He's actually really worried. He's desperately trying to reassure her. And he's sort of responding to these phrases himself, and but it's quite a bit of chaos with what she's saying and how quickly he's talking in response. So,
she will listen to him and try to nod, but it's not really sinking in. And she'll look to him and say, "Maybe this isn't worth it. Maybe I should go. Maybe I should leave. This is what I always wanted, and you guys have been fantastic. You've been so wonderful, and I can't bring any of this upon you. I can't bring it upon you. I should go back. I should just go and see what happens. I should just deal with it. I should handle it myself. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Maybe if I leave now, I can change it. Maybe if I leave, I can change it."
What are you talking about, Iska? What's wrong? We're here. You're friends. We killed the bandits together. We're so good. We're so strong. And then there was the zombies, and there was the creature with the squidgy, and we could always find more squidges for you. And
He's grasping. Am I about as well?
Yeah, you probably are at this point. Yeah, because you saw the end of the thing. You clapped. You saw her disappear. You then saw Axel run over, and you probably picked up that he was worried.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna like give a few bits, see sort of assess the situation, like watch Axel and Iska interact, and then when I see if like Axel beginning to just like he's beginning to just get flustered himself, it's like I'm gonna step in. So I walk in with my sort of very boyish full walk. It's like what seems to be the problem? What seems to be the problem? Both of you seem extraordinarily worried. What is wrong?
Iska is gonna say that I saw so much. I saw it. I saw all of it in front of us. I saw the past. I saw the future.
Tom,
I saw it coming. And
breathe, breathe, with me. Come on, in through the mouth, out through the nose.
Axel, as you hear what Iska just said, I saw it. I saw the past. I saw the future. I saw it. It resonates with you, with your divination. And because you understand what what that means, and maybe even from your early training, some insight into seeing things that you can't explain or don't understand or that you feel might happen, whether for good or for bad, you are understanding that she saw some type of vision, but maybe, that she's, it's why you keep your journal, to interpret your dreams. So
So as she says this, she's like, oh, you write this down. Write it down. Write down right now. Get it from your head and onto the paper. And, calm. Lots and lots of calm. Get it right down. And he runs off to get her book and her notebook and bring it back while Luck is there with her.
Luck is like trying to get her to sit down. It's like, be quick, Axel. Be quick. It's,
So does Luna feel a disturbance in the force, or is she down far elsewhere?
Nope, she is down and far elsewhere.
Okay, just checking.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I guess when the book comes back, Iska will frantically write, to try to even attempt to sketch what this terrible transforming hound looked like. She'll write out that there was a room full of these wealthy people laughing. She'll write out that phrase, because it was a phrase I heard, right?
Yep.
Someone you know will die.
Someone you know will die. And it's not necessarily that you heard those words. It is that it is this feeling that someone you know is in peril. And that's what you got this impression of. This polyhymnophy, I forget, I'm probably not saying that right. Yeah, polyhymnia's opera, is, I mean, you saw what it does, and so somehow it has that music, someone you are connected to, someone somehow, maybe intimately, maybe not so, but there is someone that is connected to you that you now know is in peril, but you're unable to discern more than that.
I grabbed Luck if he's still nearby, because I knew that he had that sixth sense, that vision to track something, to track things down, and I asked him if he can do that again right now to see if there's anything coming here or near.
Okay, I'll do what I can. I can't promise anything, so give me a second, as I will sort of crouch down and sort of put my hand to the floor, begin to take in the surroundings, begin to sort of feel the energy of of normal life and creature life, Fae and fiend life. That's all about.
Yep.
Begin to pick up on it. See, and do you want me to roll a nature or something?
Survival with advantage.
It's survival. Okay.
So, you don't feel anything of demonic, fiendish, evil, or fey type. I think that's how it reads. I just closed it.
I believe.
Give me a second.
I've got it right here as well.
Yeah, fey fiends are undead.
Yeah.
And because of you have no feeling of that, and because of your nat 20, you look her in the eyes, and you can read the rest of that if you want to say it however you want about being surprised.
Yeah, I sort of look. I do sort of look her in the eyes, move out any like stray hair, and it's like, Iska, you are a great friend to me, even though we don't know each other long. I would like to know each other for long, because we have adventures to go. We have things. But I shall protect you like I will protect Axel, like I will protect everyone. No one here is going to be hurt. There is no creatures about that are putting on us. But I can promise you, if one is nearby, I will. If something will come after us, be it vague, fiend, or undead, I will. And I promise, on the name of my village, on the name of my family, on the name of the blood that pumps through me, and the name of justice, I shall protect you people, at all costs, and not one of you shall fall. Or you may fall, but we can pick you up.
Yeah.
It's the perfect luck ending of that speech.
Yeah.
She'll actually like laugh at that last line a little bit. And she'll feel some sort of encouragement from it, and she'll look to you, Luck, and nod, and she'll turn to Axel and say, "Will you help me understand this?"
Yes, of course. I mean, I don't even understand, but I am still learning, and you can learn, and we can learn together, and that will make it easier because working together is best. You quickly like grab her in a quick hug, and then sort of, with that line, learning together. Yeah.
And she'll kind of let out a huge sigh and thank you both, and have a bit of relief for a second now.
And with that, I think we'll close our session, because it's 4:00, folks, and
this was the fun session, everybody.
So guys, there's a few things that cropped up this session. I think we found out a few things about each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
soon though. Really, God, that 20 just came out of nowhere.
Because I remember now, that was the reason you left out of character. I remember us talking about why Luck left, and that was because there was a time limit on the Blood Hunter, effectively. You go insane. So, yeah. Kicking in. Oh, dear.
Oh dear. It's happening sooner than I thought it would.
I was going to say, dude, we sat there and worked this. I was like, really?
Yeah.
This is what you want to do? And you were like, yep.
Yep.
And then the dice. Hey.
Yeah, and the dice.
Well, and that's the thing. We had nat 20s left and right this time, and nat 20s were bad this time.
Sometimes I like how it works though, because not like it may be a good number, but not everything is good when in this world. So.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So might as well do our hooks and plugs. Yep. Start up with you, Luna. How did you like the session, and hooks and plugs?
It was really good sessions in terms of like character development and everything. Really enjoyed it. You can follow me at NNG98 on Twitter. I live tweet Critical Role and just tweet about other random stuff, whatever I feel like. And then also you should give my friend at SG Keep a follow, working on his Pithos RPG system. It's good stuff.
Cool. And let's move down the line to Good Guy Pie.
Hi, good guy Pie, player of the Look Goldheart, who's. I wasn't expecting the thing to happen quite so soon, but well, not real hair by the way. There you go, nice brownish color. But yeah, Look Goldheart has it's in for a ride now. It's all kicking off. Me and the tool school did sit, as he said, we sat down and he was like, "Are you sure you want to do this? This it's gonna be a tough ride." And well, it's begun. And I am looking forward to this session today was awesome. Iska getting that whole scene with Iska, bloody beautiful. Just the little things with Luna, how she learned, just finding out how we leveled up was my favorite parts. I gotta say, just how we figured out what we're doing. That I haven't done that in a campaign before, and that was really fun because it opened up an opportunity like we've had.
Oh yeah, well, and I mean, it helped so much with your story, and especially with the role that you got on our chart we made.
Oh God, yeah.
Because I didn't know, that chart's pretty ugly, man.
It can get.
But it worked out perfectly. It worked out perfectly.
It's not the worst one. It's not the worst one.
No, well, actually, you got the middle of the road one. They only get worse.
Yeah.
I mean, the 10's the good roll.
Yeah.
It's like as you go up and down the chart, it's bad, both directions.
Yeah, there's one good one in there, and the rest are horrible. So that's going to be fun to find out. You can find me at Too Good To Guy on Twitter, Good Guy Pie streamer, and of course, I'm just about on the RP Tool School channel and all that. And of course, we have all the other people to talk about.
Yep. So Templar, what'd you think, and where can we find you?
Oh my word. That was intense. I mean, wow. Yeah, it was wonderful, I think, from the beginning to the end, with mostly just like the interaction between the characters, particularly how we got a couple of the sticking points, where they clash, because other than basically Luck and Sylvia up to now, everyone's been getting together, getting on pretty well. And then you start to find, we spend more time together, the differences are fleshed out and everything. But yeah, that was finding more about the world particularly was great with the tiefling. I kind of want to play a tiefling now, but I wish I did, but because it sounds really interesting to have a character who everyone hates.
It sounds very difficult.
No, you understand. Wait till you see what poor Luna is going to have to go through.
Yeah, no.
Tiefling is so far and way much worse.
Yeah. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, everything sounds pretty, more about the world is great. And then, Iska pretty much, for the last part, stole the show. So, yeah, that was brilliant. And then Sanity and everything, yeah. So, Axel is a bit confused. He's a bit, he's now got an overbearing Luck, which is, he had an overbearing Grom. He's not going to, just a warning, he's not going to listen to Luck.
Any more than he listened to Grom.
He's not going to listen to Luck that much. But yeah, so yeah, Axel's interesting stuff. So, plugs, where you can find me. You can find me at Templar Warden here on Twitch, twitch.tv/Templar I'm occasionally getting around to streaming, just, mostly making content. So I finished a one-shot recently. I'm going to go on to a homebrew class that I've had in mind. You can also find me at Twitter at Rainer Templar. You can also, if you go to Encounter Roleplay, I'm there on Tuesdays playing Hans, who is pretty much Luck at the end of his leash. He's gone completely insane, Call of Cthulhu, all the fun times. And you can also find me on the Encounter Roleplay Discord, where I am running the tavern and getting a little burned out by it.
Yeah. So, last but not least, bravo, Bird versus Plane. Dude, sorry for the ringer, but yeah, I can't wait to talk about this tomorrow. But tell us what you thought and where we can find you.
Yeah, dude, that was, with being down 2 players, when the session started, I was like, oh, this will be a fun, we can have character interactions. Oh, we found a boiling stone. That's fun. That's pretty cute. We're doing all this. And then that last hour, oh man, just seeing I mean, seeing Luck's dark side kind of pop up, understanding now that's gonna. I mean, seeing Luna walk away, all that story stuff was fantastic.
There's more.
I know. I'm so overwhelmed by the songs and the vision, especially because the songs, I was like, oh, that's incredible. I'm super stoked about that. And then what followed was just the worst possible thing. I can't wait to talk about it tomorrow. We'll save it. We'll save it for then. But I'm Bird vs. Plane here every Saturday. I run a couple podcasts: Six Sided Diaries, my Pathfinder podcast, and The Good, the Bad, the Issue, a comic book podcast. Follow those if you want. Come hang out with us every Saturday. This chat's great. This game's great. I'm looking forward to more of this as soon as possible.
So we will have all 6 players again next week. I have encouraged them both to watch the video on demand, and invite all of you guys to invite friends or to watch video on demand as we finish up. I'm Tall Squall. You can find me here on the Vice on Saturdays at noon for Dungeons and Coffees on 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings. And then no longer Del Terry on Sunday nights. I had to say goodbye to one of my first characters, Samuel, which was very sad. And then you'll find me on Monday nights ERP at 4 p.m. Eastern Time for Numenaria, and 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesdays for The Hive, which both are incredible stories that we're going through. Also, I've got to give my buddy Will big giant props, because I guess Good Guy Pie finally talked Matt Mercer into him coming on to ERP.
He was like, look, dude. He came up to me and was like, look, I need to get on ERP. I know you've got connections to them. I know you're a busy man and I can't get on your stream, but could you get me on the ERP? And I was like, I don't know. Will's a bit of a stubborn man, and it's like me and Will sat down for a good 2 hours, and we were like, look, you gotta make time for Matt Mercer. He's just gonna keep going on, and let's face it, the current situation of Critical Role, they need all the publicity they can get.
Well, yeah, so
I eventually talked Will into it, and there you go. I can't believe it. He's on my It's so cool.
How cool! I know. I'm just like
I as much as I joke about it, Matt bloody Mercer.
So here's the crazy part. I was sort of just congratulating Will. He goes, yeah, you know, well, Matt wanted to get to know more about our show, so he's going back and watching all of our highlights. So 2 of those are like me and him and Gavin.
Oh my god.
The 2 Gavin scenes. And I'm just like,
no pressure.
Well, and the interview is right after our Numenaria game on the 31st. So,
oh my god, it's Matt Mercer though.
I know, right? Anyway,
so much to talk about tomorrow. So much.
Oh yeah, so be sure to tune in for Dungeons and Coffees tomorrow morning, because we've actually are probably going to expand out to talk about all sorts of different things that are going on, as well as I'm sure Bird's not going to have any questions about the game today. None at all about all the stuff that's going on. Anyway, with that, I will leave you guys. So until next time, hey, gather your friends together and tell a story. It was great having you. Good night, guys.
Hello.
Good sign off.